What's going on, everyone? And welcome to Late Night with G. What's going on, everyone? Who do we have? We have many people lurking. The lurkers, the jerkers, and the perverts. So we have Paul. Welcome, Paul. How are you? And we have Cody, the Aussie Alistair Fambroni, of course. What's going on there, Cody? And we have Becky's Fishing Adventures. How are we all today? How are we? How have you been? How was your Friday? How was and is your Saturday? Ah, sipping tea with G. Mm. Um, hey there, Steam Train Mark. We have the massive chicken, not just the, mediocre sized chicken, not tiny chicken, not tiny Tim. We have the massive chicken in the house. How are you there, chicken of the massive? So yeah, there you go. That's the stream over and done. Now we can all relax. But yeah, today I helped a fellow hobbyist, I guess you could say, do their live stream on Frost and Fist channel. So yeah, they needed a co-host, so I went along there and did what we do best, which was well, paint little green men for me. So I did that because they're from America, so it's like around about 11 o'clock afternoon, roughly in Australia. It's that's like 8 o'clock for them. But yeah, they was running a little bit late. There was a few technical issues and all that sort of stuff. So, but yeah, did that for an hour and a half. Then I did a bit of a hobby hangout after that, and yeah, so it's been kind of like very, I guess, digital for me today. Very, you know, talking to myself. At least when I had the co-host or I was the co-host, at least had someone to speak to. This it kind of feels like I'm just speaking to Kermit the Frog. Oh yeah, that's it, Paul. You gotta help people out. You know, that's how it is. Now I did get a few bits and pieces from Amazon this week, which came today. So I might give people a little bit of a peek, see if anyone's interested in me doing any content for it. Oh, I've got heavy bastard. Oh, so what do I have here? Haven't done videos like condiment videos for a while, I guess you could say. So we have a box of Bunsters sauces. I'll see if I can, even though you can see the reflection of the bloody laptop or whatever in there. Yeah, Bunsters bundle, new release pack, 4 pack. It does have take our How Aussie Are You quiz. Do you own a passport? Yes, not an Australian one, so that's very Aussie. Oh, this is a bit of a controversial one for Funk and Hungry and all the likes. Do you call it soccer instead of football? I wonder if Roger's around. Do you call it soccer instead of football? Hmm. Do you say no whacking furries multiple times a day? How many of you people say no whacking furries? That's a bit of a strange one. Have you ever had a car crash with a kangaroo? No, but I've seen a few kangaroos close to cars. Do you use yeah, nah as a full sentence? Do you know someone who has been bitten by a snake, shark, crocodile, or kangaroo? Yeah, you got to watch out for those kangaroos going around biting everyone. One or two, try hard Aussie probably had your freckles and accent surgically removed. Yeah, it'd probably help if I could show the pictures. That's Nicole Kidman. Had to try and delay that because I had to work out who that was for a second. I thought it was the doll from the Saw movie, the Jigsaw. Three or four, fairly Aussie, but you hang out with too many Americans. Chris Hemsworth, and then we've got Steve Irwin. At least I know who that is. Five or six, you probably ride a route to the Botwo, to Bum, Durras, and Goon. So there we are. As you could probably tell, this is an Australian company or brand. Hey, how are you, Chriso? Is that a round hole in Kermit's mouth? No, it's just Kermit the Frog. A round hole. A round hole. Anyway, I haven't opened this yet. I thought I'd do it on stream because that's how excited we are around here. That's what they always say. They always say it's very exciting. Hopefully nothing's broken because you know how bloody Amazon is. If you don't, stuff's normally broken. Yeah, it comes in a nice little package though. Now I had done Bunster sauce, the original hot sauce, and I thought it was kind of a little bit shit to be honest. So you know what we do around here. It was a little bit average, so we grab a few more just because, if it's shit, may as well continue the shit. Hey Dexter. Yeah, I have to say this is nicely packaged. Obviously, if you just get one, if you don't get the bundle, you're just gonna get one sauce. So shall we open them up and all you excited little individuals get to see it? As I said, let me know if you even want me to do a video with these sauces. I do have a shit to bed sauce that I've been meaning to review for like a year. But you know how we do here, we get shit and we never review it. Anyway, what's in the box? Play a game and anyway, so they do hot sauces. Majority of their stuff is hot, spicy, whatever you want to call it. So this is quite well packaged actually. It has like a little kind of like a carton that eggs would come in, like whatever material that is, carton, and it sort of keeps them snug. Hopefully they're in date. Yeah, 25th of August, 24. Swear this is smaller than it used to be. You know how all this shit's shrinking. So yeah, this one is green and gold. This is hot sauce, 8 out of 10, jalapeno, and what? Charapita? The hell's that? That's a made up word, isn't it? In Mexico, they call this stuff salsa verde. Down under, we call it green and gold. Goes great on everything, especially meat and veggies. This is 1,800 Scovilles. So yeah, it's basically it's got green habanero as well. It's got 42% jalapeno, 4% green habanero, and then, other bits and pieces. Yeah, as I said, that definitely feels and looks smaller than previous ones I've had. But yeah, who knows? What have we got next? What have we got next? This is one that I've been wanting to try for a while. Yeah, disappointed that they're small. Then maybe they're smaller for the bundle. Who knows? But this one is the salami sauce. Everyone loves a good sausage around here, right? So yeah, this is for the sausage lovers, for all you people that like to get a piece of salami and slap it around your chin. This one is a hot sauce, 8 out of 10, vegan, gluten free. May as well get rid of it now. That's just ruined it. How can you have a salami sauce that is vegan? Contains no actual salami. That's ridiculous. I mean, obviously the lighting's shit here, but yeah, it's got this nice kind of mustardy colour to it. Makes anything taste like salami. We've always wanted that in our life, right? Anywhere, anytime. Goes great on everything, especially sandwiches and even salami. Who would have known? This is 1,800 Scovilles. So yeah, orange juice, Dijon mustard, water, mustard seed. So yeah, it is basically, I guess, a mustard type sauce. It does have chilies, red habanero, coconut sugar, onions, lime, apple cider vinegar, all that stuff. It's just meh. It's basically just a fancy way of saying a mustard sauce, I guess. Mustard sauce with a little bit of habanero. Yeah, so I guess I kind of knew these were coming today because you get told obviously when stuff is going to be delivered, but like when I saw it was in like a nice box, I'm like, may as well do a bit of a look, show and tell. This one is probably, I mean, I do like my jalapeno, so that green and gold one sounded pretty damn good. But this one, I've wanted to try stuff like this for a while, and yeah, this is definitely one that intrigued me, and I wanted to try. So this one is the hot honey. So this one's a mild heat. It doesn't have a rating. Gluten free. Pizza, bacon, chicken, elixir. Yeah, our honey comes from Australia. Phew. Well, they really explained that one very well. Where our bees forage from a variety of wild flowers and native trees. And then for some reason, I guess the ingredients hardly have any ingredients, so that they've moved over here where the little brief is. Goes great on everything, especially pizza, bacon, chicken, and pancakes. And then goose Scovilles. Oh, I reckon that's 600 Scovilles, but I'm like, what the hell? That looks like a G to me. I haven't got my reading glasses on, so excuse me. I just thought it was just goo. As that first time, I'm like, what the hell are they saying goo? Ingredients: Australian honey. Wow. I guess they're even claiming this honey to be Australian. I don't know how the bees identify themselves. This has chili and apple cider vinegar. For optimal pouring, do not refrigerate. Eat within a year of opening. So just like other honey, I guess. You don't normally refrigerate honey, I guess because it like crystallizes or whatever too much. Or as they said, for pouring raisins, pour raisins. No problem, Roger. And then at first, even though I knew what ones this box had, I'm still like, huh? Because this label looked like it was red on the promos. But anyway, this one is the spicy ketchup. Heat, 6 out of 10. Gluten free, full of Aussie tomatoes. But yeah, I swear on the promo pictures, this is an orange. Anyway, at least all of them are in date as well. It's got like, late next year, most of them. Goes great in everything that you'd put tomato sauce on. Give it a whirl on your eggs, sandwiches, and meats. This one is 1,600 again. Scoville. Tomatoes, 44%. Carrots, blah, onions, red habanero. And it's got Dijon mustard. Vegan, GMO, and gluten-free. Refrigerate after opening and consume within 3 months. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like all of you are very excited about this. You can't contain yourselves, can you? Just thought I'd share the lovely little packaging, really, and the sauces. If no one's interested in me eating them and telling you stories of past glories, then I might just, I'll probably eat them anyway. Hey, what's going on, Dylan B? How are you? Hello, hello, how are you? Yeah, if anyone has any ideas of what to do with them, would be good. Like the hot honey, could do some chicken and try that out with them. I mean, most hot sauces and stuff I've reviewed on the channel are just, kind of like eat them or normally try them by themselves, give a bit of a give a bit of a rundown on what it tastes like, and then I tend to try it with stuff. It's been like chicken tenders or nuggets or pizza and stuff. But yeah, it's a little bit hard sometimes to because you want to just try the sauce, but also I want to sort of, I guess, explain what it is like pairing with food. But the honey one be pretty good to like maybe get some pancakes and maybe I'll do like there's original pancake kitchen here, could review them and then try the hot honey after, but then it would be kind of like two reviews in one. I don't know. I guess we'll work it out. We'll work it. Not too bad, Dylan. Cheers. It's good to hear that you are well. Okay. I was going to do this at the beginning of the stream. We're like almost at 20 minutes into it. But I have my link tree for Hypersapien here. If you do, this should be all pinned to the top of the chat. So we have the Funkin', I think I might have said Hypersapien because I saw the word. But yeah, we have our Funkin' Hungry link tree here. If you do go to that, you can see the various social medias that are attached to Funkin' Hungry. If you want to, go and give it some finger help. And if you want to annoy me on or me annoy you on other platforms, go ahead. And we have the G the Hypersapien. So if you are, well, you're probably most likely watching this on Funkin' Hungry, but if you want to see what I do, which yeah, haven't really done content there for a while, but either way, that's the G the Hypersapien socials. So again, the different social medias that I'm on for that. It's mainly my miniature painting and some affiliate links and whatnot that are associated with that. And then the last one we have is Hypersapien the channel, which I'm not sure if I'll keep that name yet, but it's just there because I have my more personal Instagram profile goes by that name. So I just did a new YouTube channel with that name, and that's where a lot of the lives. Basically, I'm streaming on Funkin' Hungry and the Hypersapien. Eventually, I'll be moving them to Hypersapien just because it's become more than Funkin' Hungry. Like Funkin' Hungry is technically more food related. So eventually, we'll be slowly moving over to this channel. So if you want to go give it some finger help, if you want to go there, a lot of these lives they're being streamed on both at once. But yeah, that's where the lives will be going, and obviously, if you do join that channel, there's going to be a lot of backlog of lives until I start making whatever pre-recorded material content that will be associated with that channel at some stage. Now, back to the show. All right, settle down, Dexter. I don't have Facebook. I'm not very good other social media stuff. Yeah, well, Facebook is more, I mean, their pages, as they call them. So the pages are obviously just another place for me to share all my bits and pieces. Oh, the dog's making some noises. But yeah, like, obviously Facebook is more really a place, like, main reason I use Facebook a lot is because people use Facebook Messenger a whole lot more. I started finding, well, this was obviously a few years ago, but I started finding that people wouldn't text, like, on mobile phones, they wouldn't use texting. They would, rather use Facebook Messenger or whatever. So just started using it more for that reason. And then you just, join groups and then start talking shit on them. Why didn't you do it in the past, Dylan? That would be a good review. Review the past. And yeah, there we go. We're back to it. Oh man, this is tasting like ass. Now it's gone cold. I guess it's my fault for talking 20 minutes about sausage sauces. Why would you get in trouble? Well, Messenger these days is separate because yeah, it used to be a part of basically Inbox on Facebook, but now it's a different app. The past, like future, the past. They're like Back to the Future. So back, not the future. Don't mind me. It's just a bit of sausage talk. Salami sauce, as they call it. But I'm not want to stay in trouble. I think Dylan's a bit of a troublemaker on Messenger. It sounds like. Do you cause a bit of havoc on Messenger? Do you, Dylan? You want to stay out of trouble. Isn't that what's fun in life? To stay in trouble? Or maybe it's fun to stay out of trouble. I don't know. I always get them confused, personally. Oh, I was going to review these, but I just ended up. I've got so much crap sitting around. I'm like, I want to try. And has anyone had these Lotus Biscoff? They're kind of like Oreo, Lotus Biscoff vanilla flavor. I may as well get one out and give it a look. But we have our first guest on the live. It's the Garbage Man. I wonder how the garbage has been treating him. How are you, Dexter? Hello? Hello? No, I'm not in trouble for Messenger. I always text my friends on Messenger. Are we not friends, Dylan? You don't text me. But anyway, I'm not sure what Dexter is doing at the moment. But yeah, this Lotus Biscoff biscuit, if you've ever had Lotus Biscoff, it's two round Biscoff biscuits. So, what that crap is. Normally Lotus Biscoff are like rectangle, So we have just the round with the Lotus. We have the vanilla cream in the center. But yeah, pretty good. I did find that the Lotus Biscoff biscuit was a little bit thin for my liking. The cream doesn't quite go to the edges. I guess kind of like Oreo, you know how it's kind of like just in the center. I guess if I had any you know any little grievances or whatever with it. And the vanilla cream is okay, but it is like a little bit bland in a way. Like it kind of just tastes like sugary cream. It doesn't really have like a huge vanilla flavor. No, but it tastes like coconut. I don't know all about that, Dylan. I agree that it's good though. Lotus Biscoff, if you're crazy enough not to have tried it, it's basically a biscuit, but it has a caramelized biscuit flavor. Has a very slight little bit of cinnamon inside it, but it definitely has like a caramelized flavor, and it obviously has a biscuit flavor. But this Lotus Biscoff, the reason they call it Lotus is because it's like the lotus leaf is meant to be a symbolization of purity and stuff. They don't really add many nasty stuff to their biscuits. I remember I looked into that when I was doing I don't know, some sort of review of them once. But this has no colours, only natural flavours, suitable for vegetarians, which I guess we'll live with. Yeah, caramelized sandwich biscuits with a vanilla flavour filling, 28% ingredients. Let's see. Yeah, so it has cinnamon pretty much. Is like, besides flowers and oils and sugar syrups and raisin agents. Yeah, the only real sort of flavour in it is cinnamon. And made in Belgium from local imported ingredients. Yeah, they are pretty good. I did get them for like $2 for 15 biscuits. I think that's a pretty good price because Lotus Biscoff seems to be a little bit expensive. Yeah, there you go. I don't reckon that's full price. Like if you went to Woolies or whatever, I might Google it in a second. It's probably going to be a lot more.
Hey,
Hello, hey, hey, garbage man.
I'm sorry about that because my mic wasn't working, so
Ah, it always helps to have a mic that works, doesn't it? Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to hear you.
yeah, I just had to restart my computer, that's all.
Yeah, I did that before I went live because last stream my mic was echoey or whatever. So I thought I'd better do that just in case.
Hmm.
Lotus Biscoff Vanilla. Yeah, so they're like these are. Oh, I don't know why there's different prices. They're either $5 or $3.70. It reckons. Biscoff. You get one for some reason. There's 11 biscuits in it, but you get Biscoff creams, which would be probably pretty killer. Instead of vanilla, you get Biscoff, and and then they do a 15 pack that is $5. So you're paying like $1.30 or whatever for like what 3 more biscuits for some reason. I don't get that. Anyway, there you go. That's enough Biscoff talk for the minute. Yeah, Cody, they are pretty damn good. It's not a huge cinnamon flavour. Like it's very subtle, and it just gives it that like slight little skull it. What am I sculling? Bloody James, the champion, must be drunk again. You know what he's like.
Mm,
But yeah, it's a
yeah.
very slight sort of cinnamon flavour. It just adds like that little bit of pizzazz, I guess, to it.
Had
You
another
know,
salted
so
caramel frappe.
you had a salted caramel frappe,
Yeah, I did.
did you?
Yeah, it's my second one. Oh,
A
not the
Macca's
second
one?
one. Yeah, it's a Macca's one.
You have Macca's every week, don't you? Every
Not every
weekend?
week. Just sometimes every weekend, but not really often.
No, you was eating like cold chips last time, wasn't you?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
That's fair enough. I do have to say I do like the salted caramel frappe from McDonald's.
Mm.
So I don't know what James is on about. Maybe you would like to explain that one. Roger the pirate is with his pirate friends at the moment. He said it'll be a few minutes.
Oh, yeah. I've been my first
Uh,
week back at school. For my first week back was a kind of alright, but I still don't really like it.
it was kind of alright, but nah, you don't like it. I thought you was looking
No,
forward to going back.
I was, but just sometimes a bit boring, that's all. But I have to have a go at it though.
Yeah, that's what they say. Have a go, right?
Yeah.
You probably got used to being home or whatever for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'm just used to be at home, that's all.
What was you doing at home? Just chilling, watching TV and stuff, or do you have any
Uh,
hobbies and
just
stuff?
just been a bit of hobbies like doing some chores at at my backyard or front yard or whatever, like playing video games and all that.
Playing video games in your front yard?
I'm not video games on my computer. I mean,
Uh, so what's boring about school? Just having to listen to a teacher talking?
yeah, and writing stuff. That's all. Sometimes my hand gets all sore and all that.
Ah, are you happy to see hang around with your friends again, or
Oh yeah, kind of. Yeah, good to see them
kind
back.
of?
Yeah,
Only kind of. You sound a little bit there. Not that exciting.
not that really exciting, nah.
Yeah.
But I'm looking
Uh,
forward to
that's fair.
Halloween though.
What are you going to do on Halloween?
I'm gonna go trick or treating.
Have you got your outfit picked out, or
Um, I'm wearing a inflatable dinosaur.
ah, very nice. Do you already have that ready to go, or are you going to get it soon?
I already have it ready to go, and also I got my Halloween bucket to go to.
Ah, nice. Well, hopefully you have a good night, good day. What time are you going? Like sort of when it's still a little bit light.
Oh yeah, kind of, and then maybe until it gets around about dark-ish.
So you're going to go with friends, or you're going to go with family?
I'm going with my friends.
Ah, that should be definitely fun for you all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I quite like Halloween myself because I'm born in October 26th, so a, a few days before Halloween. So when I was younger, I did have I did like Halloween. I had a couple of Halloween sort of parties where people dressed up and come to parties, and
Mm, yeah.
I think because I kind of like horror and scary stuff as well. So I've always, I guess it's the kind of the time to get into all that scary, spooky stuff.
Yeah.
Uh, so I always enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Did you do anything yesterday? Because it was Friday the 13th yesterday, Dexter.
Oh, that was right. Yeah. Yesterday. Don't know. Oh, yeah, that's right. I didn't do much yesterday. Just been a bit hot yesterday. That's all.
Okay. Yeah. I was going to stream yesterday, but just started getting too late and just, yeah,
Yeah.
by the time it started getting a bit late and I kind of felt like watching a film. I did watch Cody and myself and a couple of other guys was talking about horror films last week. I did watch Irreversible Cody, playing a few fan-made creepy MLP games and a Kirby one too on my computer. That sounds alright. But yeah, I ended
Mm.
up just watching really. I was going to watch Friday the 13th with Jason, or I was going to watch another horror, and I did watch technically a horror, but it wasn't Irreversible. Yeah, is I don't know, like it was very. I'll probably go into the film later in case like AJ and other people join. But yeah, I thought I'd let Cody know because I know he wanted me to watch it. So I did go to watch. I was going to watch it after last Saturday's stream, but because it was a subtitle film, so it's not in English, so I had to kind of concentrate and just like read the words. So yeah, can't even remember what I watched last week. No, I watched Pumpkinhead, but yeah,
I saw those.
I have to
I've seen those KFC. What do you call them? Those like long
hot
thing.
rod.
The rods, hot rods. Yeah. Are they new out?
Yeah, yeah, they're onions. Well, they're not new.
Uh.
They've been out before. They used to be around a lot. I reckon they haven't been around since about 4 years or so.
Yeah, that's right. I think so.
They're only in they're only in South Australia as well at the moment. So yeah, they weren't bad though. I have had them before.
Yeah.
I don't mind them. They do have a little bit of a spice kick to them. I mean, I like spice, so to me it was kind of mild. But some people that don't like spice might find them hot.
Mm. Well, I'm not a fan of hot things.
Yeah, have you had a Zinger burger before or Wicked Wings?
I only tried a hot chili before. That's all. I think.
In KFC, they have Wicked Wings, which are the smaller pieces of chicken. They have Zinger burgers. It's probably just a little bit hotter than they are.
Mm.
There's
Mm.
a similar sort of flavor, cayenne pepper sort of flavor to it.
Yeah, I think I put a bit of
Mm.
herbs in them. I think like spicy herbs or something.
They have the original recipe, which is like the 11 herbs and spices or whatever they say.
Mm.
They're not really spicy. They have spice in it, but they're not really. But then you have the zinger. Well, they have the hot and spicy KFC chicken.
Yeah.
Like it's more of that sort of flavor where it's more chili based instead of just herbs. Yeah, I don't have KFC that often anymore. It's not as good as it used to be. But
No.
yeah, I didn't mind that meal. It was okay,
Yeah.
even though the
Oh.
buns are always like I reckon they taste like they pulled them out of the bin.
Yeah, they need to move them to biscuits, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. They just need to go and buy some decent buns. At least McDonald's and Hungry Jack's, they have some decent buns. Like at least they're okay.
Yeah, even those KFC chips, oh, they're so soggy. I wish them crunchy. I wish them they were crunchy.
Yeah, it's just like I like the flavour, the chicken salt or whatever they put on them. But yeah,
Yeah,
most of the time it's kind of like McDonald's though. A lot of times you eat them
yeah.
and it's like if they've been too long, then they end up being a bit shit. But
Mm.
we have people in the background lurking here. I can see them. I can see them talking. I can see them. I can see them wondering what's going on. Here we have the legendary
This one.
Robbo Five Life and the Royal Prawn.
Yep, we're here.
How are you, boys?
Hey, G.
Hello.
How are you guys?
Dexter.
Hey, how you going?
I'm just trying to get everything set.
Looks like they're still trying to set up their stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have Roger and Robbo in the house, which is good to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, they must be trying to sort out that audio.
Yeah. Are we here? Can you hear us?
Yep.
We can, yes.
Good. Yeah, they're sorting that audio in the Alienware because I've got troubles with my headphone. My headphones at the moment, G. And Dexter.
We can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, we're here. Both is all right.
Talk about
Yeah.
KFC and stuff. Like the
Yeah.
spices.
No.
Yeah. How are you guys? You have a good night so far?
I had a few, and outside Roger's place, there's some people having a party across the road.
I
No?
I told you there's people partying across the road, Robbo. And you didn't take no notice as usual. He lives away from me. Yes, Dexter, we're brothers. Real brothers, like.
You guys look like brothers to me.
We don't look like brothers.
Well, he's got a different parent than I do. He's got a different daddy. I'm only joking away.
Yeah.
You got a different daddy.
No, but anyway,
I'm only joking away.
I was watching the footy until you told me to come on the stream.
Who's winning in the football, Robbo?
Last time I checked, it was Australia like 22-6 or something. But yeah,
He loves his football.
it was a Pacific Championship or something, like the league.
Rugby league. Robbo loves his league.
Whoa,
Hmm.
there they go. Short and sweet, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe Robbo turned it off so he could strangle Roger.
Mm.
I'm sure they'll be back. Maybe.
Mm.
There you go. I reckon they actually sounded more clear when they took off the headset.
Yeah, they did, I think.
Hey, AJJJ. How are you, man? I was just talking about you before. Don't worry, it was mostly nice stuff. But yeah, I was saying that I watched Irreversible last night. Yeah, Cody was in the house, so I mentioned that. He did ask what I did on Friday the 13th. Yeah, have to say it wasn't as bad as like a lot like you guys were sort of saying, and also some of the reviews, but it was a little bit confusing. Like what I felt is because the story was kind of done almost backwards. What do you think? Any tears? Nah, no tears, no tears. There obviously was a couple of confronting scenes, and yeah, like the ending was quite sad. We have the pirate life back.
Sorry
Yeah.
about
Pirate
that.
life can.
Hello, Dexter and Mr. G.
Yeah.
Oh,
We
what,
just
are,
had some
what are you
technical
doing there,
issues.
Prawny?
Hey, hi, JJ. Hey, King Styles, King Cody, and King Dexter and King G.
Hey.
I told you about them
What about
before.
what about King Robbo?
Yeah, my brother, King Robbo. Different daddy.
Where's my
Are you
drink?
sure you guys aren't? Are you sure you're not Tasmanian, Roger?
I'm living in New South Wales.
I know what he's on about. I am not involved in that kind of stuff.
He's got a
What do you
different
guys
daddy.
got in the menu tonight?
Not
Yeah.
much. Just look over what it is. Canadian Club.
Well, that's what I-
What are you sipping on there, guys? I was going to say gays. Guys.
Yeah, this one's a soda and
What
lime.
about King Becky?
Oh, hi, King Becky. Oh, Queen Becky. Could be a woman. Because I went to a school with a name. Yeah,
Right,
that's
that's
it.
it. Right, King Becky.
Oh, King. Yeah, fella. Hey, King Becky. I know Cody, he does a few videos himself.
Back in a couple of
Cody.
seconds.
But he loves his league, Robbo does.
How's it going to check the
Okay.
score?
Me and Robbo got different fathers. My father died when I was a baby. Robbo's father was in the military.
Yeah, Australia's in the league 28-6 against Samoa.
He loves his football, this guy.
Oh yeah.
League. Rugby
League.
league. It's not AFL or union.
Or
I
not
told
NRL.
Dexter that he's Victorian.
Or soccer. Huh?
What
Was
about
that Dexter?
NRL?
Yeah,
That's just what's on TV right now on Channel 9.
yeah, Australia
Oh.
versus Samoa.
Oh
And
yeah.
like yeah.
That's what said 28-6 Australia.
Do you like your league, do you, Dexter? Like league?
No. Oh, not really. I'm just interested in NRL.
Yeah, that's what
That's what rugby league is.
that's what
Oh.
leagues in around.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's this one's international league, Australia against Samoa.
It's in a
Oh.
like Pacific. Was it Pacific National Championship or something?
Maybe, probably.
Yeah, it's on Channel 9.
How are you, Dexter? About 13, 14, aren't you, Dexter?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm 13.
13. High schooler.
Yeah. 8 next year.
Oh, yeah.
Last time I was 13, it's the 1990s, and Robbo's in the early 2000s because we got different
Oh.
times we were born.
I feel old now.
You're not as old as me. That's like you go grey, Robbo. I'm going grey here.
Why do you think I wear the beanie? I'm bald.
Yeah, but you're only 32. I'm a lot older than 32.
I know, but anyway,
Me and him joke around a lot.
Hmm.
Dexter
G went to the toilet by the look of it.
could be checking something else. What is it, Dexter? What do you want to say?
Not much. This has been a hot weekend. Well, what's tomorrow? Sunday. Yeah, it might be hot again tomorrow. Where are you guys from?
A place 4 hours southeast of Sydney.
Yep.
In a small town called Cootamundra.
Oh, I heard of that. I think. Yeah.
It's where Don Bradman was born. That's the only claim to fame we got.
Do you know Wagga Wagga?
Yeah, I know where Wagga Water. I've been there. I think.
We are
What?
an hour north.
Yeah, now north. Yeah.
We're a small town an hour north of Wagga Wagga.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's nothing really notable, but yeah,
Yeah, this town's got about 6,000 people, 6,500.
We got no McDonald's, we got no KFC, we got no Hungry Jacks, we got nothing. We just got
Got small businesses. It's run by a lot of small businesses, and the only big change we've got is
so it's King Becky because Hypersapien said I'll be back. So anyway, so I was just checking the comments.
yeah. The second comments. Dexter.
I'm hungry. Hopefully said Burb. It'd be right back. Okay, anyway, but yeah. So we're from Cootamundra. It's a little town. It's a piece of SHYTE.
Yeah.
That's so. So what do you want to do when you leave high school yourself, Dexter? Like anything?
Well, I was thinking I might be maybe a train driver or garbage truck driver.
Oh yeah.
Since I can see your name's the Garbo.
Yeah. I'm interested in Garbo trucks.
Yeah.
Like a mechanic or
Driving
driving or
Probably a driver in it.
Actually, they pay pretty well. In America, they pay pretty well, apparently.
what's it? The garbage truck does.
Yeah.
Yeah, Robert knows more about the world than I do, Dexter.
Yeah.
I was only today years old when I learned about that, but yeah.
Yeah, you want to talk about smarts, you have to talk to Robbo, Dexter.
Yeah.
Smarts.
You're smarter than me.
Like smart ass. But yeah, anyway.
When he was growing up, he used to make me laugh.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah.
I'm older than him, he used to make me laugh. And I heard him once too as a baby.
Oh.
Yeah, I was like, yay big, yeah.
Yeah, I can't help it if Dad was at work and Mum was doing something in the bedroom.
Oh, when the main stars. Yay!
Yeah.
What's supposed to the Macarena?
Macarena!
Oh, Macarena.
Do you know it's the same by a Spanish band? And it's translated from the river.
Wait. Pumpkin's back. What's he got there?
Jack Daniels.
Jack Daniels Black. Remember a few years ago when he got you
Black.
Yeah, no. Remember somebody got you the other way, didn't
that was Chivas Regal, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, because I remember some woman got you before it was away from the spotlight.
You guys looking
How you
forward to
going,
hot
sorry,
weather?
Kai?
Pardon?
What's that,
You guys-
Dexter?
Are you guys looking forward to the hot weather coming?
I'm too European for that, Dexter.
Actually, don't mind the hot weather. Oh, we're different. I don't mind hot weather. He doesn't like it. I don't know.
I'm too European.
Got too much pain there.
I'm too hairy. I'm too Jewish.
Too fat. Anyway.
You said you're European, and then I thought you were sniffing yourself.
No, just look at my body hair.
Oh yeah.
If the shirt comes off, I'm leaving.
Oh, don't be like that, bro. That's joking.
Anyway, so Johnny Walker Black.
Yeah, that's a good mix, isn't it?
That's Johnny Walker Red's the mixer.
There's a red.
Well, it depends. Like the black is better than red because red is the lowest low tier.
Oh.
Then you get the black, green, blue's the top tier.
Yeah. This is aged 12 years. So the red's
2011.
pretty. Yeah.
You were studying.
12 years.
Yeah, that's back in 2011.
Yeah, that's the because when if you say a bottle's aged so and so years, that's when it was bottled. Like if you get a bottle that's aged 12 years, that's 2011. Like, geez, like if you get some like aged 18 years, that is
2005. You were 14 at the time,
I was in year 8.
I know you were 14 at the time. I already left home at the time. I was living by myself.
Anyway, but yeah,
like it's a lot more smoother. It doesn't have as much of that sort of like after bite. You
Yeah.
know, it's like
Yeah, how the
a bit more
last few
smoother.
Yeah. Johnny Walker Red has that kind of peppery aftertaste. Doesn't
Yeah.
have like sort of kind of an oily peppery.
The band he's got on, Sabaton, that's a heavy metal band from Sweden. They do a lot of history songs and that.
Like mostly war-based songs, yeah.
And Sabaton is what they used to wear in the medieval times for armory, like medieval knights and stuff.
Yeah, that's their footwear, like basically armored footwear, basically.
Bravo 55 said.
Hey guys, do you want to know something?
Where's the Dexter?
No, I don't want
Better
to know
tell
stuff,
me
Dexter.
now. You don't tell me.
Tell
I'll
them
play. I'll play my ever first game of Grand Theft Auto.
Which one?
Oh,
Number 5.
I played that a bit.
oh, you
I
sound
played a
excited,
bit.
Dexter. Did you just
I
go
remember
and find a
playing-
garbage truck and drive around in it?
Kind of, yeah, like that, yes.
Robert knows back when
Like, this is
Theft
what
Auto
it feels
came.
like. Oh, you haven't
Alright.
played it, Roger?
I haven't, but Robert has.
Is it? I know there's some guys like 40s, like he like has a family and like he smoked some stuff in it and he started like seeing aliens and stuff.
Hmm.
I've seen
In
that.
the game or in real life?
Oh, the game.
game.
I didn't smoke. And then the like Canadian guy, he was smoking some stuff and he started like shooting at clowns and stuff.
He has to explain a bit more.
Yeah.
He was like smoking and then he started getting weird highs and like started seeing like
Which Grand Theft Auto was that?
5.
Oh,
I forgot the Canadian guy's name. He's got like weird hair and I decided to make him look like Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan.
And then Franklin, I think the man of color. I think that's his name. Franklin, I'm not sure, but I mean, yeah.
Cody said I played GTA San Andreas the most. Cody. He does all sorts of videos in the first year. He's got over a K video.
I've got
K subscribers, like K videos. Roger
I've got a couple of.
Hey, Dexter.
I know I've got some old Grand Theft Auto games. I just haven't played them much.
We do got video games, Dexter, but Robert doesn't play that much, neither do I. 'Cause I remember back to the old cartridge games. You remember that, G? The old cartridge games?
Oh,
Like,
64.
Yeah, yeah.
Nintendo and Sega.
Atari, yeah. Atari.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I told Robert all the Atari games. He'd teach me all the
Yeah, here we go.
PlayStation games.
Because
So those extensions have got.
the first game I remember playing as a little kid was Pole Position on the 2600.
Atari 2600, yeah.
Pole Position. That was like some F1 game.
Yeah, because I used to teach you that.
Yeah.
Because I remember,
Yeah.
because I remember you were 4. It says, our teacher says, this is, what's that, Roger? Gives you a 4. It says, it's this. And it says, I'm winning.
Yeah, I was trying to remember. Yeah.
And it says, I know you're winning because I taught you. It says, yeah, but you're my older brother. You teach me a lot more. Okay. Okay.
I've been playing my simulator games too, actually.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like Truck Simulator.
Like Truck
Well-
Simulator and also like Train Sim World 4, 3, or I got 2.
Oh yeah. What's your
I
favourite
know
game?
there was Farm
Oh.
Simulator as well.
Oh yeah, like that one. Yeah, I like that one
Yeah.
too.
Rob plays a lot of emulator
Oh.
games and simulator games too.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of simulation, I'm pretty sure this individual just is a simulation themselves. Welcome to the War of Stars.
G'day, guys.
How are you
going?
there? It is like Jim, but not as we
Yeah,
know
no.
it.
I'm really doing well.
Hang
There's
on.
another guy called Mark. My brother will be back in a minute, Mark. Or my half brother, anyhow.
Hang on, where am I? Hang on.
What half of him is your what half is your brother, Roger? Which half
Sorry,
isn't?
My mummy's side.
Is it like his
Oh.
left? or
No,
right
it's just-
side, or
He's going to the toilet, checking on a few things.
We're 32-6 in the
Yeah.
league. Who's this?
Oh, sorry, called Mark from Queensland, but
The War of Stars.
he's in the cranes and a lot of railway stuff. So also
Okay.
a lot of aliens and stuff as well.
Okay.
He's a good guy, but
Yeah, I know.
it comes up.
I'm eating a Halloween donut now.
Halloween.
oh,
Yep.
lucky boy
What
there.
is that?
What is it? A Krispy Kreme or?
Not a Krispy Kreme. It's a cinnamon donut with like green icing in it. It looks like a spider.
Ah, very
Spider.
cool.
Nice.
Very cool.
It's from Donut
They're
King.
going to do
Right there, Rob.
Krispy Kreme. I might do a
Oh,
review.
oh,
We'll see. They've got
See?
bloody Scooby Doo donuts coming out soon.
Oh, I'd never heard about that one.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Yeah, I
we
just
don't
saw
have.
a promotion for it. You don't have Krispy Kreme.
Yeah, that's another thing we don't have in Cootamundra. We don't have anything in this small town.
It's almost like you guys live in Tasmania because they have fuck all there as well.
Yeah.
Well, after this move travel to about 40 minutes to Young, there's another town near us that got some things.
Or
Yeah. Hey,
gaming.
Pete, how are you, Pete?
Or one travels an hour south of Walker.
Wagga's better.
What are you eating there, Mark? Have you got Tim Tams? Because
Jesus,
no, he doesn't.
Oh, you sneaky
Look
little
what
one.
look what I got my. Look what I
You
got
got the
myself.
mega.
What's that?
Donuts.
That is that a
Donut.
chicken?
Oh, those little
Oh,
tiny. Are they tiny teddies or tiny animals or
They're
Something.
biscuits.
the animal crackers? I don't know.
No,
Yeah,
no, that's just
I got
the,
these.
that's just the
Yeah.
teddy bear biscuits that Arnott's does.
Hey,
Okay.
You can put
See,
them
I
in
don't
the
have a
tea.
family, but
Oh.
I got myself a family pack, and I just I guess I'll have to eat for the family that I don't have.
Why don't
this
you-
is the first
why
time
don't
you
you-
might have met my brother 4x5 life.
G'day, mate. How are you? Nice to meet you.
He's my brother. He's usually in my videos.
Yeah.
Like-
Yep.
Yeah.
He's the youngest of all my brothers. Oh, only brother.
No, we got another brother.
No, that's Len. That's the brother.
How you going, boys?
All of us are Paul and all
How are
of
you?
Yeah, I'm just trying to control the madness here, Mark.
Well, go up to where me and my brother is. See?
Well,
Wagga's.
what you need to do, G, is open the packet of Tim Tams now and start eating it, and just eat like one half of the whole packet.
That'd
That'd be a game.
Unfortunately, I did a hobby hangout, so I've already ate a couple.
Fair enough. I know a game.
I had one. I tried to do a Tim Tam slam, and I didn't. It wasn't that successful, so I had to have another one just to, feel the full effect of the Tim Tam slam. The first one wasn't gooey enough.
I got a good idea.
I didn't suck for long enough. I must be out of practice.
I got a good
I'll be,
game.
ba-
So,
I'll be
so yeah,
I'll be I'll be back, boys. I'm just gonna grab a drink.
Right.
no worries, man.
I got a good game for you. Every time Roger says something cringe, you eat a Tim Tam. The problem is, by the end of the night, you're
that-
diabetes.
that pack will be gone too fast.
Yeah,
About 5 minutes and it'll be done.
End up with diabetes. I'd have thought I saw diabetes in my background then. Oh, Roger.
Roger's getting rowdy in the background.
Yep, that's a Tim Tam.
What's he had lunch tonight, has he?
What's the score?
Still 32-6. We did a 4 pass or something, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just watching the league, like the what do you call it, the Pacific Championship, whatever it's called. It's like a rugby league international. Australia versus Samoa. I watched a bit of the pub, but I came home. Oh, Dex is back.
Dexter's
Do you,
back.
do you want to guess
Yep.
me what I'm drinking?
What are you drinking?
Yes.
Coca-Cola.
No
You got
Coca-Cola.
sitting here.
Huh?
No Coca-Cola.
Okay, Cole. I was about to say sarsaparilla, but
That's a soft drink, isn't it?
yeah.
It's
Oh, I
it's
thought
no
you-
soft. It's not soft drink.
Oh, you stuck
Milk.
a bit of rum in it.
It's not milk.
Not milk.
Water.
No milk.
Scotch on
Not
the rocks.
You said
Orange
Coca-Cola.
juice.
It's
Anything
something
mixed with it?
healthy.
Pardon?
It's healthy.
Yeah.
Bloody green smoothie.
It's water.
I said water.
I didn't hear you say sorry.
I thought you said
No, that's all
Coca-Cola.
right.
Yeah, just water.
That's all right. I don't say shit properly, so most people don't understand what I'm talking about.
Here's some water for you.
Most of
Post
the time,
on
people
Reddit,
just nod
Hydro
and
Homies.
agree.
Post that on Reddit r/Hydro Homies. Me drinking some water.
Roger's losing it in the back.
I can hear him from freaking halfway down the road.
You used to make me laugh as a kid when I thought it.
Anyway, back to the chat.
Yeah, that's it.
Got the
You like-
one Holocaust.
Pardon?
Do you like Star Wars, Mark?
Yeah, sure do.
Yeah, same.
No, he's just wearing the t-shirt because he hates it.
Oh, really? Oh,
He always wears the shit that he hates the most.
yeah.
Yeah.
What was you saying, Dexter? You like it?
Oh, I do.
You know, I gotta-
My favorite person in Star Wars is the is Darth Vader and Kylo Ren.
So what trilogy do you like? The prequel, the main sequence, or the sequel trio?
Main sequence.
That starts on episode 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the best.
The
And
original
what's the name of-
trilogy is always the best.
I remember watching it from when was it episode 1, The Phantom Menace?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
Yeah, I've always liked my Darth Vader. I was going to say Dark Vader, Dark Helmet.
that's Anakin Skywalker. Yeah, he became Darth Vader. Was it episode 3? Like when he discovered his dark side. Yeah,
Yeah.
and he killed the youngins and that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's got their sound going? I mean,
Not me.
it could be me. I don't know.
Oh.
Nope. Purdy the Aussie Alistair fanboy said something about I hope I use Johnny Red but with Coke. Well, Johnny Red was actually originally made to be a mixer anyway, so Coke's probably the best way to go with it anyway. I'll be back in a sec. I have to see my fridge is out.
Cillian Wake. Ah.
Well, Elbow has announced that the referendum has been defeated.
Everybody goes against me. In my brain. I got excited about football, so yeah, I hope so. Okay, he's got a different daddy than I do.
You're a drop of ball.
Please, yeah.
Hopefully school goes good for me this week coming, hopefully, or next week.
Score.
School.
Yeah.
Second week back, wouldn't it?
School's already been back for a week already.
Yeah, because
He's in New South Wales.
so it would have been started about Monday or Tuesday.
Monday. It's supposed to go back Tuesday, but they wanted to go back Monday. So yeah.
Yeah, because I do martial arts and they basically go by that same timetable.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did karate and Muay Thai and a few other martial arts and that. You two's a higher rank than me this year too, Robbo.
Yeah, at the moment, yeah. Well,
You don't
Even
rank me.
it's daylight saving because school goes quick now because it's gone daylight saving. So it's supposed to be 8:40, but it's 9:40.
no.
Far out. Half the day's gone.
Yeah, it has actually.
But then again, you end an hour earlier.
Yeah, but there are places
Yeah.
that have it is where Mark lives, Queensland, Northern Territory, and Western Australia.
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah, I know about
The
that.
first one to have it implemented is Tasmania in the 60s. There's other states, New South Wales, ACT, Victoria, Tasmania, and Victoria, New South Wales, ACT, and South Australia in the 70s.
I've got a question.
Why?
When we do videos, we're normally the other way around.
You'll go around here.
No, it's fine. Anyway, as I was saying, that's my can again.
What Dexter,
Oh,
what grade
God.
you in?
I'm in year 7 now, but I'm 8 next year.
Yeah, man. Yeah, no, that's cool.
So it's your first year of high school, basically.
Yep. And I hate high school because I'm thinking that I am changing schools, but the thing is, do you know why I want to change schools?
What's
How's
that?
that?
Go tell
Because-
us anyhow.
Because there's actually fighting going on around the school every day. All
Fighting.
kids follow up at the fight, and it's ridiculous because I hate fighting. It feels it's a bit scary for me too.
So there's
You
constant
go to
fights.
school in jail.
Yeah, every day is going or fighting, and I don't like it there.
Yeah, I'm not.
So constant
That's
fighting
not
and
good.
bullying in your school. More or less saying.
Well, when I
And
do
so-
martial arts. Sorry?
Sometimes there's even fighting in the classes too. Some in my classes too, actually.
Yeah.
I'm moving to the
There's- Go
I'm
on.
moving to the Cathos.
It's the essays, I bet you.
Mm.
There's
Yeah.
constant fighting and bullying at your school you go to right now, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. Well, I never had to put up with that.
There's bullying.
Even-
But, yeah.
Even sometimes teachers don't even care about the fighting at the school too.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
I feel like that's not right, actually.
So they've more or less, they just see it and do nothing, more or less, like you're saying.
They're just like standing there, like watching it. Well, not
Yeah,
really
but-
standing there, but they just don't really get into it. Like, stop it, like all that.
Yeah, but just wait until the bully fights back, then you'll see a teacher that can do something. That's the problem.
Yeah, the person being bullied, they just fight back.
Yeah, actually, yeah, they do.
Yes. It's effed up, yeah. Too bad I can't swear, but yeah.
Mm,
Yeah, on
Oh, you
TikTok
can
and
swear.
stuff like that, or Discord.
You can swear. Go for it.
yeah.
Fucked up, to be honest.
Yeah. Please, you may.
Go on. Do it. Do it.
Because
Give in to
Well-
the dark side.
in martial arts, they tell us that to do like physical stuff is the last resort, basically. Like,
Yeah, I like to
Yeah.
defend yourself in that.
yeah.
Like that, yeah. But teaching kids is different to teaching adults. So you know that, but
Yeah.
War of Stars.
Yeah.
Is that a real background? War of Stars, because it just looks like a real like all this.
which one? Mark.
Even
Mark.
even
yeah.
even at my
Oh, yeah.
school, I got bashed once, and
bashed?
and
That's not good.
I didn't even done a single thing to them. That's why.
Welcome, Pete.
Hey, Pete.
Good evening, everyone.
How's the snoring been treating you?
As what?
How's the snoring been treating you?
Snoring. Well, the snoring
Snoring.
is like snoring. It catches up to me when I fall asleep.
You sound like you're AI.
Martial arts teachers to withdraw Yeah.
I agree, AJJ.
Yeah, me and Rob does same the martial arts and that. Robbo like pranks me.
Yeah.
Like after 9 years, like it's they need
You have to.
like you need no discipline but a lot of kids that do like all this like stuff, they don't know discipline. They just you have to learn to like. Dexter, is there like a martial arts dojo around your area? Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, because we train in Kemaru martial arts system. Ours is KMAS.
This wouldn't be there. Like,
Is there one near your area? Some sort of martial arts?
I think I think so. Yeah.
Which company? Which group does it belong to? Is in your area?
What do you mean like that though?
well, there's like different groups. Like, there's like camera, like there's different groups and there's different fighting styles as well. Like, there's
Oh,
like
you mean
fighting
like what fighting styles they do?
Yeah. There's like karate with Kyokushin, Shotokan.
They
Mhm.
usually do punching.
So
Yeah, I think Dexter's talking about what happens in school, not the style of martial
Yeah.
arts that's around his area.
So if you learn martial arts, like especially karate, like they should teach you like self-defense as well. That's one of the earlier things I learned as well.
Mm.
Because I remember I was doing it since I was age 8.
Yeah, because you learn it like you have to learn pretty early. That's the thing after
Yeah, teaching kids is different than teaching adults.
because
Yeah, they might teach Dexter some confidence and stuff. How he's saying, that he gets scary and stuff like that. A bit of confidence and just. It doesn't mean you have to fight, but if you do get yourself into an altercation or whatever, at least you can defend yourself if you have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot
When
of martial
there is-
arts isn't even. It doesn't even mean beating the shit out of the person. It can be just defending yourself.
Yeah.
You're like
When I-
defending,
when-
defending what
when
they're
it-
bringing your way.
When I see a fight, I just stay out of it. Like I don't even go near it, watch it. I just go.
Good.
I just walk away.
yeah, that's
Good.
that's number one. Avoid.
Avoid Dexter. That's a good idea. Number one is avoid.
Mm.
And be
Yeah.
aware and stuff like that. Good. That's a good Dexter. That's a very good idea what you just said.
Yes.
Because we teach some people like that to avoid and stuff like that.
Mm.
Roger, and have you guys heard of Master Ken?
Yeah, that's this comedy guy. Yeah, we both heard of him.
Yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah,
He's very funny.
What do you think?
He's very funny.
it's pretty good. Yeah,
He's
I
actually.
always watch
he's
Master
actually-
Ken. He always does his funny stuff. Because Rollo
Yeah,
sort of watch him first, and I sort of watch some of his stuff later on.
and always restraint the groin.
Nope.
That's it. That's it.
Yes,
I think he is actually properly trained. He is.
I know.
Yeah,
You can
Trained
tell,
in
but
martial
he just does comedic skits. Yeah,
he does commit
Yeah.
six. Yeah.
Yeah. I think his longtime sparring partner doesn't seem to be with him anymore. The guy, he's
Oh, yes,
offside.
I know. He had a green belt, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. That I think to me
Yes.
his act has lost a little bit since that guy hasn't been there.
Yeah, he
Little
mostly like does like stuff like with other people, like other dojos and other fighting styles. But he mostly does comedic stuff. Back
And Pete needs to stop speaking. Pete's just speaking way too much.
And do you
Okay.
know? And do you know, Roger? There's actually vaping at the school every day. Even
Oh,
though
what?
when I'm
Vaping.
vaping, yeah, I never vape actually.
Yeah, I never had vaping when I was in school.
Yeah, there's no such thing as
Yeah.
vaping. Like, me and Rob going to school because we go in different areas, but yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
guess because
also
a lot of us are old school, there would be cigarettes and stuff, back in the day.
even I catch a bus every day and I see some girls and boys vape on the bus.
Yeah. Vaping seems to be the new norm these days with teens and that.
Yeah. And sometimes I don't
Yeah.
breathe in actually.
Right.
Yeah, and
You see-
unfortunately, I mean, a lot of us here probably aren't perfect, and some of us might have partaken in stuff, but it's just a lot of kids. When you're a kid, or a lot of kids, they try to grow up, too fast,
Yeah.
and they're, taking drugs or doing whatever, or as you said, even getting in fights and stuff. A lot of them, unfortunately, are probably from homes that aren't very structured, and they might be
Yeah.
around, like their parents might fight.
Structured households should
They might see it a lot, and because they can't take out their frustrations on the adults, they come to school and take their
I'll be back in about
frustrations out
10
on
minutes.
people they can pick on.
Aren't they banned vapes?
Says in about 10 minutes, so I'm just going to watch the end of the footy.
Yeah, he's going in watching the footy on TV.
Aren't vapes banned?
If you don't know, he's my half brother. Robert's my half brother. Robert Forthright. My father died when I was a little kid, and for a couple of years, my mum raised me on my own, and then 1985 or 86, she met my stepdad. He's in the Navy.
Yeah.
Royal Australian Navy.
Yeah.
And from there, she produced two half sisters and Robbo, because Robbo's got a twin sister. He's my half brother. That's why he looked a little bit different.
Yeah.
And me and him like joke. I joke around with both my sisters and Robbo. That's how we roll. Just joke with each other and stuff. Hi, Pete. And I you down there, Pete.
I think he fell asleep again.
No, I'm here.
How you going, Pete?
Yeah, good, mate. How are you?
Feeling like Roger the Pirate, with 2 lungs and a heartbeat and walking out you, mate.
Excellent, mate. You keep on chugging.
That's about it. I got 2 lungs and a heartbeat at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
Mate, I'm just listening. I'm not trying to... There are times I want to say, I have something to say, but I'm not going to do it if it means talking over somebody who's already speaking. So that's why I'm so quiet.
Here you go. You got the floor. You've got the stage. What do you know?
I don't have the stage for anything to say. Just, Saturday.
Oh, you said
I
that
hope
you had-
everyone's having a good night.
Go with the flow, you reckon? Go with the flow, you
Oh,
reckon?
we are now that you're here. Pete.
No. That's a dire thing if you require me to be here.
Oh, I've required you for a while, and I've been missing you the last few streams, and here you are.
Shit.
You seem to
Well, here I am
be.
now.
So is the Earth flat or a globe, Pete? I can't quite figure out that picture. Is maybe
Well, there's this incredible thing called technology, which some people might be baffled by.
it's not just
And it already
CGI.
solved it for us. The Earth is not flat, alright? It's not a fucking map. It's a globe. But like anyone that believes the Earth is flat, you're entitled to your opinion. You can think that if you want. It doesn't hurt anybody. So, they can think what they want. I don't care.
So, Miller's saying respect each other's opinions, but this. Miller's
I've
saying.
heard it's pear-shaped.
Well,
No,
I think what you're saying to me, you respect each other's opinions until you can't. Basically, that's what it comes down to. And for
I guess
something
it's like
somebody saying the Earth is flat, somebody saying it's not. Who cares? Just say, yeah, sure, mate. The Earth is flat, and then walk away.
at the end of the day, I can have my opinions, but unless I've actually seen it like myself, then I can't give someone 100% answer. That's how I
Do you
look at
think the Earth
stuff.
is
It's like,
flat?
no, I'm saying that I can have my opinion, but I haven't actually seen what the Earth looks like from outside the atmosphere or whatever. So how can I
is
give
it
like
you?
100%?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can't.
me myself. How
Sure.
can I? It's like if I don't know who, I'd be a bit stupid to like argue, either or, because how would I know? But also, like you were saying, respect people's opinions. It's like when it comes to religion or even being vegan and stuff. It'd be stupid for me to be upset of someone else's lifestyle and someone else's beliefs. But when it starts becoming like an argument or people start getting, very aggressive or angry about it, then it becomes a bit of a problem because, why are they,
It's
like
a
people just
problem
want
when
to
there's a
force their
clash.
opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
When it
only a
becomes like a
problem
bit
when there's a
ridiculous.
clash. You're
Yeah,
allowed to not
that's
like
it.
people.
And
Oh,
I'd say
sorry,
it's worse as
dude.
well since I was going to say it's worse probably since like the internet's becoming more of a social situation with all these social medias because
Yeah.
like stuff like being vegan or even being gay or any other situations where people can be different. They've all been around since we were before we were born.
100%, man.
Now it's becoming a problem because people have this platform where they feel like they can like push their opinions and stuff. It's just when it becomes a bit of an issue. But at the end of the day, why would I care what you want to consume or what you want to do in like a relationship point of view or sexually or whatever? How's it affect me? Like it's not like I might have my preferences of what I like in life, but if someone else is totally opposite to me, how's that going to affect me? It's not going to stop me from doing what I want to do. It's not like that person standing there saying, "Oh, stop before you do this." This is my point of view on this situation. It's just, it's become. I don't know. The world's become quite weird where everyone's on their social medias way too much and just voicing their opinions.
So that different thing.
Do you want my opinion on this?
Get along.
Yeah, go for it, man.
You have differences of opinions. Get along.
What are you talking about?
Oh, differences of opinions and stuff.
Basically, I just think treat everyone the way you wish to be treated. Treat everyone with respect. Just be nice to others.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, too, it's okay not to like other people. There's too much enforcement and teaching about loving everyone and everything. You don't have to love and like everything. It's okay to dislike things. You can look at things and think, "Oh, that's not for me." And that's completely okay. That's basically what it means to have an opinion. If not, then you're just a bloody bubble that just absorbs every opinion and avenue point of life. You're nothing. You're the most boring thing to exist if all you do is just say yes to everything. You're allowed to dislike things. So I think in life, just treat others with respect. And if you don't like what somebody else has to say, keep it to yourself. You don't have to fucking point it out and cause a fight. I can hear someone sniggering and laughing at what I'm saying.
No, that's
No.
not me breathing like Darth. That's just me breathing like Darth Vader.
Okay, well, anyway, that's my stupid tangent, so I'll shut up now.
No, no one's laughing at you, man. I think
There's
most
plenty of
people
that.
would agree with
There's
what you're
plenty of
saying.
time.
Like
Across the
across
road,
the
That's
road.
a very good point, and I personally
There's
agree,
no
and I'm
point,
sure
too.
everyone else would agree.
I
But I
agree
wouldn't
with
want to force.
Hey,
I wouldn't want to force my opinion on anyone, but
We'll just let people
no.
be themselves, you know. Unless someone's doing something that's personally affecting you, who
Attacking
cares?
person.
Let everyone live the way they want to live.
Yeah.
That's actually
It's
what's
only when
good
it's
though
a
about.
problem.
That's what I find good about people, that we're all like have different interests. And I've said it on live streams before. You can not be interested in the topic, or you can not agree with someone, but you can definitely give them the platform and listen to them and let them explain what their interests are or what their opinion is. It doesn't mean, even if you just listen, take in that information, it doesn't mean you have to change who you are or you have to become their opinion. That's what's like interesting about people having differences. There's too many people, like you were saying, who just say yes and just agree with everything someone says, just so there's no tension or conflict. But I find it interesting that everyone like is different, really, unless you just want to be one of those zombies who just agree with someone just because you don't want to upset their opinion. But you don't also need to say, "Oh no, that's stupid" or "That's bullshit." You can let them have their own belief, or, about whatever it may be. Everyone has different opinions when it comes to politics or religion, sex, whatever it may be.
Well, 9 out of
Like I
10
said before,
times,
it
you
doesn't.
can always let other people
doesn't.
have their opinion.
Yeah, like it doesn't mean I have to change my opinion just because I'm allowing someone else to have their opinion.
You can agree to disagree, but you can still get along with a person if you get along with them. Although you might disagree on a few minor topics, from what I was saying.
Just say, like, this is Australia. Like someone like. Sorry.
You were saying, Pete?
Yeah, I want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, like someone might listen to Sky News, which is conservative to Australia. Then you get ABC News, which is a very liberal site. Sorry, like
Liberal.
they're very politically different, but that should only be one. Like if you listen to one and don't listen to the other, that should be only one more disagreement. If you like, let's say you're friends with someone, political stuff shouldn't be really a
Or religious stuff and the two other things,
yeah. Like just think of like the other things you have in common. Like let's say like someone might support like the footy, like you can just like have a friendly like bit of banter, like oh like you suck because you like so and so team, like that's just friendly banter,
Yeah, because me and Robbo support different teams in NRL.
Yeah, because I support the
Canterbury Bulldogs,
lowly Bulldogs,
which is the Western Sydney team.
Yeah, well,
The Sharks.
I don't understand what point you guys are trying to make. You're just saying you like sport.
Yeah, like like you have something in common, like sport. That always brings people together, like the Sharks.
Yeah, like
The Sharks.
Yeah.
But what?
Now,
What has anything you're saying got to do with what I just said?
Well,
you're more or less saying what you said. It's more or less you can agree to disagree on a few things, Pete.
like
Well,
you can agree to, but then you're like just find things in common,
What
like
do you disagree with what I said?
Yeah, they're disagreeing with you, Pete.
Oh, shit.
I'm not doing the disagreeing. Like just find things you have in common.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jake. Sorry, guys. I thought you were trying to say something like,
No, we're not put words in your mouth, Pete.
oh, fuck. Look, it's a good evening, boys. It's a great night. What's everyone doing tonight outside of being here?
Not much.
I was just watching the footy where we won. What's it?
38
12
12, yeah. Against Samoa.
against Samoa. So
I'm here physically, but mentally my mind is elsewhere. It's like
When
my
you put
astral
yourself
body
on
has
him,
just
me and Robbo
stood up and walked away.
Yeah, well, I've been, my wife's been crook, so I've been keeping an eye on her and making she's all right, and you know, doing the
hopefully she
household
feels better
duties and things
soon.
like that. Yeah,
Good on you,
yeah.
mate.
Well,
Good on you.
I was crook last Sunday. I was watching the big race, and I was crook.
Yeah.
Went to work, came home early, and then spent Tuesday, you know, most of Monday and Tuesday in bed and on the cold and flu tablets. And Wednesday, I still stayed home. Went to the doctor, got a medical certificate, and you know, in the cold and flu tablets, and got better and went back to work Thursday, and then sort of Thursday evening, Friday, my wife started getting crook, the same thing I had. So what's driving her crazy right now? She's coughing. She has spats or spates of coughing, and that's what's really making it hard for her. You know, so. But,
COVID's going around in my office. Is that it?
yeah, no, it's not COVID. I just had the flu, and I think
Oh, okay.
she's got the flu.
Mate, the flu is bad enough as it is.
Yeah. So anyway, but we're getting there, hanging in there. So one thing I have been doing is watching. There's a series on Apple TV called Invasion. It's about aliens invading. It's a bit slow in places, but it's a pretty good story. There's 2 seasons so far, and I've got 1 episode to go in the last season. And what they've seemed to have done, maybe it was because of COVID and so on, it's they do about 10 episodes, and then there's been a break of 2 years. So all the characters have aged like 2 years or at least 12 months or more. And it's certainly it's good that they've kept the same characters, but they started out with there's some scenes in there of school kids quite prominent in the thing, and obviously they're in high school, and now suddenly they're like 2 years older, so that's a bit different. And of course the other actors in there, they haven't changed much because they're all adults. But it's about this story where these aliens invade us and they start overtaking the planet, and of course we start doing everything we can to fight back at them. And it's not just you know, a typical sort of Star Wars type thing. It's more intertwined with the characters, and they approach about talking to the aliens or trying to communicate with the aliens on different levels, you know, and that. So
well, we can interpret that.
I can fucking relate to that, because anytime I come on and chat with Jay, Taz, and the boys, I'm welcoming your thoughts into my head. That's some alien shit right there.
Well, you have to tell Mark your alien story, Pete.
Oh, dude, alien talk. Fuck me. Are you guys in aliens? Do you find this stuff interesting?
Let's go down the rabbit hole.
Oh, me too.
I watch a lot.
Did you ask if I'm an alien?
No, I reckon. Well, it's kind of weird in the last couple of years. There's been so many things on the news and like official statements about sightings. Like, do you reckon we're gearing up to something?
Well, no, it's right. The Americans have already admitted that we're not alone. They just haven't done it publicly, and that's been proven.
You're not alone because you're on a live stream with all of us.
Yeah. If you go have a look at Preston Dennett here on YouTube. Have a look at his YouTube channel. He talks about many cases of people who interact with various aliens and so on, and he's got a lot lot of stuff. He's written a lot of books. And then you got to look at people like Dr. Jacques Vallée, the books he's written. Whitley Strieber, Whitley Strieber wrote the book Communion. There's just a whole heap out there. There's no doubt that we hit number one, we've been visited. Number two, we are being visited, and there's just no doubt.
I saw something over 10 years ago that I still can't explain.
Yeah.
I think I told this to G once, and he started laughing at me.
I laugh at everything, Pete.
Well,
That's not saying much.
okay. If anyone else has had an experience where they think they've seen something, you gotta, come up after this. But like, I was with some mates. This is about 14 years ago, at least.
Yep.
We were hanging out on this oval, and we were looking up at a hill, and we might have been doing some things, but like those things shouldn't have mattered, because basically you can still look around and you're fine. Okay, this normal teenager shit. Anyway, we're looking at this hill, and me and my mate, we saw this light come down. It was like it came down from the sky towards the hill, and then when it hit the hill right above it, it did this crazy jig-jaggedy thing. Like it went from one huge end to another, like left and right, and then it just disappeared into the neighborhood. And me and him were both
Fireworks.
super uncomfortable. I looked at him. I was like, "Did you see that?" He was like, "Yep." And we both felt awkward and got the hell out of there.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like, there was nothing to explain what we just saw. That.
Yeah. I what you've just described is what a lot of people describe, and that's what they call one of the 5 observables, where these things do, maneuvers in the sky that goes against Newtonian physics. Things we can't do. And fair enough, there's drones and things like that can, mimic that sort of thing. But we're talking right angle turns, blink of an eye stuff, all that sort of thing.
So like puzzle things,
Yeah, when myself and a bunch of other people were out four-wheel driving about 30 years ago, we witnessed a UFO, and we all saw it. And we ranged from kids to adults, and it was a winter's eve, winter's night, and as the full moon rose up, this thing rose up as the moon went up. And initially we said, "Oh, it's a helicopter," but it just stayed in the air for too long. And the piece of equipment we had at the time, was a pair of what they call rabbit ears, what they used to use in World War II to look out over a ditch, where you hid behind to hide from the enemy. And they had a certain magnification. We had a video camera as well, but it's one of the old ones that went on your shoulder. But of course, the nighttime imagery for something like that was no good. And this thing lasted for ages, and then it just shot off like you wouldn't believe. I only remember it as one, but a mate of mine who spent a lot of time watching it, he remembered it as there was about 4 of them. And so there is lots of evidence out there of what we would describe as unreal things doing unreal maneuvers in the sky.
The problem is the evidence that's out there is an extremely personal thing. Like my story from over 10 years ago and your story just now. That's something you can't Google. And I think the reason why, if there's been many instances where people have seen these things, we don't have a fathom of what's going on because we don't. There's not a lot to go by, and that's because, unfortunately, what I experienced and what you experienced, we're not going to be putting it on fucking Reddit or something. It's just like it's in our mind.
Well, a lot of people do. There's a lot of people do put it on UFO Twitter. Twitter's a good place to go look at this sort of stuff. Reddit, there is stuff on Reddit, that same sort of thing. There's another guy on YouTube. He's called it. His name is Ryan Sprague. He does a podcast called Somewhere in the Skies, and where he, from time to time, he presents cases like yours, like mine, and he also gets people to call in from around the world. I've heard him talk to various people here from Australia and talk about what they've seen and what they saw.
Okay.
But there is plenty out there. I listen to. There's a show I watch. It's a radio show, but it's also a podcast called Spaced Out Radio. The guy who does it is out of central British Columbia. So he comes on about 2:00 our time, and he does a 3-hour show, and it's all to do with
2 o'clock.
UFOs. Yeah, 2:00 our time, but it's like 9:00 their time because he's in central British Columbia, and he goes through till about midnight their time, and he talks about UFOs, paranormal, ghosts, cryptids.
But like, what makes him special outside of? I mean, I could come on between fucking 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. and talk about the largest shit I ever talk.
Yeah.
Like, what makes him special?
Well, what makes him special? He's had his own experiences, and he talks to other people who have had their own experiences, and then they get on there and they talk about it.
Yeah, like it takes a while to build a channel and then to be.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been very much into this for basically my whole life, but there's been parts where I've backed off from doing research or being up to date with whatever's going on. So it takes a lot of time and dedication for someone to stick to all the current events. So if they've got a YouTube channel or a platform, they obviously have to keep up to date with what's going on. And like Mark said, he has. So I've seen a few of them. I'm quite into cryptids these days, so I've seen some of the interviews he's had with Swamp Dweller, a YouTuber that I quite like to listen to, and I've listened to many of his videos, and he narrates stories where if it's like horror related, like real life, or more so cryptids or aliens. But yeah, I quite like Spaced Out Radio from what I've seen.
Mate, I'll check it out. Look, I'm just all for when it's a bit more factual versus like some bonkers bastard in his shed, telling some stories.
No, this is
The problem is
done quite
the
well.
alien culture has so many idiots.
Yeah,
okay,
it's not like some tinfoil dude that's just like rocking around in his tinfoil hut.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, mate. I'm not saying I don't believe that it's real. I'm not here attacking you guys. I'm just annoyed that there's a shitty quality.
Okay. So I'll give you I'll give you a bit more background on this guy. He has a background in radio. He used to be in sports radio. He's a journalist. He knows his stuff. He works a day job. Plus, he does this of a night time. He does it 5 days a week. He doesn't just do it on YouTube. His show also goes around Canada and North America on various radio stations. He's got quite a good listening audience. The YouTube thing is just the benefit of us, and you can go in there and interact with him. He's on a lot of social media platforms. His name is Dave Scott, and he does this show, and he does it really well. And he's he's covered a lot of topics. Some of the stuff that he's dealt with, some of the people he's dealt with have been a bit loopy, and he has dealt with them very professionally. So,
Just
go have a
random question.
Yeah.
It's not an attack at you or him. But like, is there anything out there that can prove a journalist's integrity?
Well, yeah,
Go
there's
ahead.
I mean,
live
like, is there
streams
any
and stuff.
barometer that can prove that? Once you get your journalism degree, you can just go off and do what you do. But like, is there anything out there to, rope you in and not make you be a shithead? I just being a journalist doesn't mean you're credible, okay?
Yeah, I know. It would have to come down to your own where you're set your bar, your consciousness. A lot of journalists these days are just copy and paste. You see that's what you see everywhere. But if you want real journalism, I would go and have a look at the work that Ross Coulthard is doing. Investigative journalist from here from Australia. Ross Coulthard. You would have seen him on Channel 7. You would have seen him on 60 Minutes. He's highly respected investigative journalist. He's won Peabody Awards. Go have a look at the stuff he's doing now. Go have a look at Project Unity. Okay, Project Unity on YouTube. He's just recently done a talk with the guy in the UK, and also he's done it with two others. There's a guy two guys in the UK. That's more to do with consciousness, and they talk about the afterlife and things like that. But just type in Ross Coulthard, and you'll find him and the stuff that he's done. He does a podcast on YouTube with Bryce Zabel from the UK called Need to Know. I'll find a link and I'll put it in the chat. So Preston Dennett is another one. Go have a look at his YouTube channel. There's a lot more out there than what you think. That's for sure.
Okay.
G, you're happy for me to put links in the chat?
No, I'll check them out.
Sorry about me. I write sign languages or to my brother. On certain
What's
things.
occurring there, Roger?
What?
What's occurring?
Not much. It is.
So here's
partially deaf parents. Well, partially deaf mother when I was growing up, and I just signal to my brother, but in sign language a little bit. What's going on? My mother's grossly deaf and just got older. Yeah, and there's a little bit of sign language. Me and Rob probably know sign language to each other.
You're doing some sign language.
It's 31 degrees tomorrow here.
It's
about 25 where I'm living, which is 31 here. But 25 here tomorrow. I'm living.
Pete, have a look at those two YouTube channels that I put you there to start with.
G, quick question. I'm not trying to just hold up a sec. Is he able to message me stuff like via a Discord?
Oh,
The War of the Stars. I want to receive his messages.
Well, you can just click on those links in the chat and they'll take you to a YouTube page.
yeah, for some reason I'm not seeing your links on my...
I can see them in the comments.
Yeah.
All the comments.
I can't say shit, man.
What are you on a phone?
I can see- I can see them on. I can see them on StreamYard.
People can link on the people disappeared. The one with the rule of Earth and that.
Yeah. I was looking at the vote, the voice.
Yeah, voice, yeah.
There's no.
I might go get another drink of water. I'll be back again.
Right.
You can get some water, mate.
Okay.
Yeah, I might do the same. Good idea.
Yeah, I think
And also
Roger,
keep
myself,
hydrated.
and Robbo should as well, probably. But oh, Pete's left. Yeah, I can't see Mark's comments. I can see them in my Streamlab,
Like Gal.
but I can't see.
Yeah,
I can't see them in on my live, which is strange. Maybe the naked aliens are, trying to stop him from sharing links.
Yeah, I was looking at the voice vote on TV just, and every vote, every state has a majority of no at the moment. If that's any interest to you.
he's not a permanent resident. He is.
Uh,
Not a resident of that.
I'm just saying. Because I was just looking at Sky News at the moment. I'm not watching it, obviously, but yeah.
Let me tell you something. If G was here before 1986, you would have been eligible to vote.
I'm back.
Nope, Dex is back.
So it's
Yeah,
not.
I'm back, dude.
Yep.
We're back. So how long have you guys been doing martial arts?
Oh, I've been doing service since I was 8. That was about over 30 years ago, and Robert's been doing it since he was 6. That's about 26 since 97, Robbo. And I've been doing
Basically,
it
then
since
the ninja, the teenage mutant ninja turtles. Basically, they've been doing it since little kids or little
That's
turtles.
me! It's Dragon Ball Z!
Oh, Dragon Ball Z, is that the influence? I do like me a bit of Dragon Ball.
I don't know, really.
Oh, I decided to do it after a week of nagging Mum. I was about 8. I said, Mum, can I do my task? Don't worry, Roger. How to do my task? And one day she decided to let me do it, and I was about 8 at the time, and she decided to let me do it, and I've been doing it. And what's your influence to do it? Yours me about 6. But you haven't told me.
I don't know, really. Just didn't want to get bullied anymore, I suppose.
You haven't been bullying much as me.
Yeah, like, crap happens.
What's your reason anyhow? You haven't told me much about it.
As just said, just didn't want to get bullied anymore. Just wanted to do it.
You were 6 years old, Tom, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's back in 97.
Oh yeah, yeah.
97, you were 6. 98 was 7.
Yeah, but still. We're at 97, 98. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That's 24, 4 or 5 years ago. No one ranked me then.
Pete's back.
Oh, yeah.
Those links that you shared, Mark, was that on Funkin' Hungry, the chat?
I just put them in the chat. The chat here. I don't know.
In
which
the-
is-
Maybe that's why you might have put it in the StreamYard chat, because I can't see that in
I'm
like
in
on
the-
the actual YouTube.
Yeah, I'm in the live chat, but it just whatever it is on. I
Yeah,
suppose
because
it
it's
is
coming
stream-
up in it's coming in up in StreamYards, but it's not coming up in for people to click on in the actual
Okay.
YouTube app.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, what's up?
Cody said he can see it.
Cody's
Stream's
is
warping
on
out a
another
bit.
level, though. The stream's warping out.
Hang on.
I think that's whatever psychedelics you're taking, Pete.
No, it's better now. No, it was lagging a bit for me.
Sometimes I find when myself and Mark talk about all this stuff, the naked aliens come and start messing up the Wi-Fi and all of a sudden, it doesn't work that well. I just blame the government because they're probably trying to censor me, even though they've probably got better shit to do. But, I'm sure they come onto Funkin' Hungry just to mess with the stream.
There we go. There you go, Pete. I just put it in the YouTube chat. I got it open in a different screen.
The War of Star Wars, basically. How do I reach out to you outside of this chat?
What platform are you on?
I'm on Discord. On
Yeah.
here,
What else?
YouTube, Instagram.
Okay. YouTube, you find me. Yeah. YouTube, you'll find me as Steam Train Mark.
Can everyone else in the chat see Steam Train Mark? Because I can't see it on my.
Okay.
I'm on my phone. You can, yeah. Can you see it on
I want to have
StreamYard
a
or can you see it on YouTube?
conversation about aliens with the War of the Stars.
Because that's what I can see on my YouTube. Pete, then myself, sharing
Yeah,
StreamYard.
I've just put that. I got a separate.
AJ saying he's saying I can't see it.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll catch up with Pete. I'll point him in the.
Pete's disappeared again. Pete's a hard man to track down. He's one of those people that only use Discord, I believe. Are you in Discord, Mark?
I have a few minutes.
Yeah, I am actually. I am. I haven't mastered Discord at all, but it is there.
I'm just going to check this out. Let's sit down for a bit.
Do you know when you're going to do live again, G?
I'm live right now. Hey everyone. I'm live.
Another day when you go live.
Probably
Yeah,
another day
like-
again.
I mean another day, like
Yeah.
when's the
Not-
next live?
Most of the time I do Mondays and Saturday, and sometimes I do during the week, but it depends because I need to edit and all that stuff. So if I do too many lives, I get behind on other stuff.
Yeah, if you do Monday, I can't be on because I've got school, but I can still be in the chat though.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Like, it's like Robbo's here tonight, which is good, but it's like not everyone can obviously join all the time.
Mm.
I was wondering why that drink tasted a little bit normal. I don't think I poured any alcohol. This tastes bloody like just cola.
Yeah, but that's
Maybe I've probably had enough. Maybe I've had enough already.
Maybe you didn't have enough
No,
yet.
that's what happens when you talk about aliens. All of a sudden, you forget to pour yourself a drink.
Sure.
Later.
How did GTA go for you there, Dexter? Are you addicted?
Kind of, yeah, but it's a really good game actually. I'm just interested about
Oh, it is.
where the cops come and all that.
I'll be back in a sec.
Alright, jeez.
Hacks away about questions about me or Robbo? Or in...
Do you have Facebook, Pete? If you have Facebook, I could add you to a group that you could speak to Mark or something like that. How are you traveling there, Roger the prawn star
Yeah.
himself?
Yeah, I'm alright.
You-
I know, Robbo, all I have to do is go bottom... To get a Robbo 5 license place up to you, go bottom of the road, turn right, then left, then up a bit, then Robert lives near the CBD district of Coonawarra.
You see, Roger the Chameleon, is he bloody going home? Is he soon, or?
I don't know, but I got it listed on my shirt. It's happened to be a
That's the
silver
best,
shirt.
that's the best
Something
reply I could ever ask for. I don't know, but I got to listen to my shit.
It's happened to be a silver chair. You know the band Silverchair?
Yeah.
Happened in
Oh, yeah, what's that from
1996 at the Royal Lister show.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the weird
that?
lizard thing, yeah.
You need to back my shirt because you can read better than I could.
Silverchair, Spiderbait, Even Midget, Sydney Showground, Main Arena, Tuesday, 9th of April 1996.
He's Royal 5 years old. I was.
So,
It's a Royal Easter show, apparently.
He's a Royal Lister, yeah.
It's got a different.
so guys, have you had any rain lately? Any rain for the last few weeks?
Quite a few rainy days this year.
Oh, especially like the last few days. Thursday was raining.
I think we did Thursday. No, there was one day we had it didn't last all day, but for a few hours, a bit of rain, a bit of heavy wind, and then the sun came out for a bit.
Yeah,
We had. No,
me at Singleton where I live, I had a storm about I think on Thursday we had a gusty thunderstorm came. Oh man, it blew a gale out there on the night.
yeah, on Thursday we got sunny all day till about 3 o'clock ish. Then it started clouding over, and then we got a thunderstorm and raining on and off until about 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
We got show Robbo 5 Life.
I found the like that shirt that was wearing about the Royal Easter Show 96. So I can get
Oh,
it
yeah?
for a second on camera. It's about the weird lizard thing on his shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, the shirt I'm wearing right here.
Oh,
96
wow.
was 27 years ago. I was going to school. Robbo 5 Life. Not quite going to school yet. Still going to something called preschool.
I actually found a better picture quality of it. Yeah.
That one's a bit better.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to find the actual picture, but yeah. So most time it just comes up the main singer of Silverchair. Some dude with long hair.
I got some grown-up drinks here tonight, Cody.
Oh, Jesus. Okay,
So, yeah, 27 years ago, I was like a kid.
97, you've been
96.
96, you've been
Yeah.
11.
Oh.
Yeah, you would have been 11 at the time.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I might go now.
Well, you can do what you want, Dexter.
All right, then, Dexter.
Well, I'll be back.
Righto, mate. Yeah, have a good one.
You too, yeah. Have a good night, everyone, and talk to you probably Monday night. I won't be on
Alright.
Monday night. I'll be just in the chat though. And I might see you
No worries, man.
Saturday or Friday then.
Yeah,
Again?
no problems. You take
Bye.
care and have a good night.
Yep.
You
See you,
too.
mate.
You
All right. Thank you for having me.
Right.
You take
No
care.
problem. You're welcome.
Thank you. Bye.
Take
See
care.
ya.
The only time I can come up is Saturday's G. Because I work every other day in a week. Tuesday hours and
No,
Friday.
That's no problem.
I'll just pop up whenever I want to.
I barely persuaded you to come up tonight. Robbo.
I do occasionally pop up just check in, that's about it.
Yeah,
But I don't really comment much.
and
I'm not really a I'm more of a viewer more than a commenter.
Yeah, a lot of people like that. There's a lot of people work in the background and that.
Are you able to add Pete to the chat, G?
Yeah, I mean it's been the same StreamYard link that I've shared a few times now.
Yeah, no.
That's all good.
The Facebook chat is
He said that he said he's not on Facebook.
Okay.
Still going.
Yeah, I've got Discord,
But
so
I have seen this. I can see your comment now for some reason.
yeah.
Sorry
I opened a separate screen and put a link in there for him to click on to have a look at.
So that.
Is there some nuts out across the road freaking partying and that?
Yeah, across the road, but I mean, there's quite a party across the road, and a lot of people. Yeah. Have to close the door so Funk and Hungry and G wouldn't get struck down with copyright warning because they have copyright music, and a bit afraid I don't want to be cause of this being taken down because of copyright.
No, you should be alright.
Yeah, but
Should be all good.
copyright strikes would.
Copyright music.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah, because first strike he wouldn't upload for a week and one lasted 2 weeks, and second strike he wouldn't upload for
Right.
3 months and lasted 3 months and upload for a month.
That makes you mod Mark, so hopefully that your comments won't be hidden for some reason anymore. But I can see the one where, like you said, Pete, where can I find you? That one popped up for some reason.
Yeah. Okay, so Pete's on. I'll find
Discord.
Pete on it's YouTube or Discord. Okay, add me here. So I'll find Pete on YouTube.
How can I?
Channel, filters, channel. So it's got the Earth. Massive chicken. War of Stars looks sus. In what way? In what way, chicken?
I just shared my Discord link in the chat, Mark. If you join that, I can like tag you and Pete in a post so you can see each other in Discord if you want to do that.
I will get Discord up and running, and we'll see what sort of mayhem we can create.
Yeah. How are you going with Discord, Roger? Have you found out your password yet?
Not yet. I haven't got my email for the new password because I tried to get in it, but I still need a password. So I have to figure out how to get a new password, new name, so I can get into the Discord area. And I have to wait for a new password. I have to figure out a new password so I can get a Discord. So
You freaking emails.
I'm a bit too lazy to get in it lately because I've been working through that the week, Monday to Thursday, Friday, and that.
No, that's
Too lazy.
I see Yahoo emails. Effed anyway.
I don't know my Yahoo emails. Been here for a while, but
Get a new Gmail or something, I don't know. Anyway.
bloody all this effort just because Pete wants to tell people about his alien story.
No. I think Roger just needs to drain the anaconda.
Oh, so that big, bloody hell, I'm jealous. Mine's more like a garden worm.
I don't know exactly what he's, but that's just a colloquial saying.
Yeah.
Yep. Never can stop saying bad things about him. He's
Yeah,
coming
let's
back.
quickly saddle before he comes back. Quickly. Oh, I know. Can he hear
There
us?
he is.
I don't know. Don't know if he can hear us.
Robbo.
Quick, he's getting closer. He's getting
You should know.
closer. Well, he's trying to do his bloody wrestling moves on you.
I would not do anything like that to my younger brother.
Suplex into the fridge.
What would your girlfriend say?
I don't know.
You should know.
Everything
Never know.
Everything's got no fight on there. Oh, what's this? AJJ. Password, your password, smart password. But my password's your password, so you probably shouldn't make your password my password. Then your password wouldn't get hacked then next time, would it?
Well, it's a right, AJJ.
But then again, if you make your password my password would probably be my password, obviously. then I'd probably make my password my brother's password, then your password would be your brother's password, then we both our passwords, and all our passwords would be the same. Then we would have to change our passwords all at the same time, which would cause some weird, probably cause a black hole fallacy, which will probably cause the whole world to collapse. I don't know.
I think you said that, Robbo.
I reckon Roger's password would be Robbo's my half brother.
No. Yeah, but nobody knows my passwords. I've got unique passwords to all my social media networks.
Oh, don't say it on this live stream then, Roger.
I won't say none of my passwords to social media is at all, because that's the worst thing you can do is see your social media passwords to all the social medias. Well, you should know that being a computer means more than me, Rob.
Mega Man 510.
That's
not my password.
I got a hero, Robo.
Neither is Samsung 550 SSD 870 EVO.
That is that the hard drive?
Yeah, it's a hard drive.
Yeah, the hard drive.
And it's not Nelson County, Kentucky bourbon, Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey either.
I got it.
Surprising, but it's not that.
I'm glad you've got more knowledge on certain things than I do, Robbo Five.
That's right in front of your face. Will cause a rift in space on continuum. Yes!
Depends.
It will, actually.
Hey, depends if it's in the depends if we go into the space time continuum, Robert Five.
I remember the passwords.
This was helps you with
That's probably the easiest way to remember it, rather than yell it out.
yeah, because password generator helps you do.
Rather than yelling out fake passwords in a YouTube stream.
Yeah, but as I was saying, you use YouTube
Oh, I still got
password. Yeah, what I'm saying is, look, let's coded the Aussie Ulster fan brony. Yeah. This person
See, I use a couple of different passwords, but I hate it when you put in your password a few times, but it's because they needed like one capital that they ask you to do one uppercase, and a lot of the time I do just lowercase, and then you get caught out when it's like you forget which ones want you to do and then sometimes they want you to do a special character,
yeah,
like star or hash or whatever.
Password Gen, what they do is help you set all the passwords to all your social media networks in a unique manner, and they can log in and don't have to remember your password too much.
You know what I do best? I do the Kellogg's method. Give it the special K. Okay, the capital K.
I knew you were going to say that, Tomo.
AJ's getting out all his special tips for us.
Boobies has.
I reckon AJ would get along with you, Robert 55. Because when we're going here, I was thinking, Robert 55 would get along with you.
Your graph is kind of a bit silly.
With me, or?
Is it?
Right.
Is it long emoji?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good old AJ. AJ's. I've only known him for a little bit, but yeah, he's a top guy.
He's alright, AJ. So
Yeah, we just got a bit of problem with the graphics card. That's all.
yeah, this one's, like I said before, this computer's about 10 years old.
It used to be mine, actually. Yeah.
I know you gave it to me. You wanted to give it to me.
How you
2017.
going with Discord, Mark?
I think I've got it.
Finger to finger.
There we go. Hey, we got it. Unbelievable. We've got it.
So now I
I'll
can send you a friend request in there if you know how it is, but also I can
I'll
tag
put a
you.
GIF in. I'll just go.
Send a request to my brother's 12G called Robert.
Oh, there
Robbo.
we
If you might go for Robbo 55.
Can you see that? GIF?
Yeah, so I just tagged you and Pete in the chat lounge for my Discord.
Chat lounge.
So,
Right.
so if you go into the Funk in Hungary, obviously it has the whole list. Chat lounge is just under welcome.
Yep.
So now I've tagged you both. Obviously, feel free to either private message if you want, but you're safe to talk about what you want
Right.
in my Discord. I've only got about 20 people in there anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, go for it. Yeah, you're typing in there, and hopefully Pete, if he isn't passed out snoozing with the warthogs, he'll see it. Yeah,
I've
Pete's
checked
not
the,
online at the moment, but
I just checked the TV. Apparently, Australia voted no.
Before the voice.
Yeah. I'm not going to say anything about politics, but that's what I've seen. I'm not going to elaborate.
Yeah, it's got a relative info, like a secret.
Yeah, I'm not.
Cousin.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anymore.
Yeah.
What I learned about politics is
Politics suck. Yeah.
Oh, well, look, referendums are there. The question was, they put the question forward, and it was either yes or no, and the majority of people have voted no. So therefore, that's it. See you later.
Yeah,
but if
I've got a feeling that there's going to be a lot of people going to protest now, but I'm not going to say that is a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just going to say there will be people protesting in probably Sydney or something. I don't know.
But if G come to Australia before 1986, you would have been eligible to vote.
yeah, because I'm not an Australian citizen. I'm a permanent resident, so I don't need to vote. But also I guess I'm one of those like tinfoil hat type people that wonder if voting even matters. As in, like it's kind of like instead of having an angel and a devil on your shoulder, it's just two devils, and it's like, which one do you want to pick?
Just say, suck my weenie.
Yeah, but if Drew come to Australia, to Australia before 1986 Australian Act was enacted, you would have been a permanent resident and would have been able to vote. Before 1986 Australian Act. Because anyone comes to Australia.
So essentially, G, you're an English citizen.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
I'm a permanent resident, so obviously I have, like I live here or whatever. But there's certain stuff that because I'm not an Australian citizen that I can't do,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
voting, and I don't get certain financial help. Like one time when I was going to try to get into a course, I can't get like help with funding
Mm-hmm.
and stuff like that. So most of the time it doesn't affect me in any way. But then, you come across like stuff like, as I said, when I wanted to get into a course and it was like 30, 40 grand, I couldn't afford it, but I couldn't get the vet help or whatever they call it, like the funding.
Yeah. But you're not the only one in that situation. There's plenty of other people like you that are in that same situation.
Mm.
Look, it's no big deal really.
This is water. Before you say anything, clear, clean water.
He's on the hard stuff now.
No,
Yep.
it's not hard stuff, G. And Mark.
Water's probably the hardest stuff I ever drink.
The old H2O.
You see, a while back they did a study, and if you actually drink enough water, it can actually give you the same situations as being drunk.
If you drink
Is that because
way too much, maybe like water intoxication.
Yeah, I think it was a Current Affair or someone like that did it a while ago. It was quite a few years ago, but they've done studies into all sorts of things, and water can give you the same sort of effects as being drunk.
If you drink what do you mean a shit ton of water? Because some woman in America they'll hold your wee for a wee, and she won it, and apparently she had so many she had a whole of seizures and stuff because she just all the water retained, and she just I don't know what happened to her brain, just swelled in it because all the water in that. I don't know. If you look at Chubby Emu, it'll give you the whole explanation of what happened.
Yeah, because it's this Asian American doctor called the Chubby Emu. His skit is just some person did a whole thing for a week and see what happened to certain organs and that.
Yeah.
There's some American guy called the Chubby Emu.
Yeah, because I can't really.
It's some Asian American doctor.
I can't explain it to myself.
can't you get drunk on 0% alcohol as well if you drink enough? Like 0% beers?
Yeah,
Isn't
because
it-
it's just
isn't
too
that-
much shit.
isn't that like-
It's actually about 0%.
But yeah, I guess you'd have to have a lot, but
Oh.
I'm pretty sure I read that 0%
know.
has another. Yeah.
I know that. Was it those Up and Goes? If you drank them, and after I think an hour or something like that, you blew on a breathalyzer, you would actually register on a breathalyzer.
I have heard that about cherry ripe or one of them. It might be maybe a rum and raisin or.
Yeah.
You'd you'd have to go pretty crazy with them. Because your body can obviously get rid of a lot of that stuff pretty quickly. You'd have to be probably walking around and munching on them all the time. But you do hear those stories about stuff like that.
Sorry. Don't everyone talk at once.
I think those two guys are frozen.
No,
Maybe we need another panelist up here on the panel to keep things going.
Yeah, come on. Who's joining? Maybe Cody and AJ will join at once
Well,
at the same time.
Yeah.
hey, Paul. Paul Salter is in the panel.
Yeah, Paul's gone a bit quiet. He must be like either maybe working early or working late,
Maybe.
What's going on?
or maybe he's just sick of me by now.
I don't think he'd be sick of you, G. You think he'd be watching, lurking in the background.
Oh,
Oh, Benji.
no, here's trouble.
Benji.
Here's trouble.
G.
Gee. Oh my God.
I can't see any God, Benji. You have to come up and guide us through.
AJ, normally we just see a picture of your dog anyways. What are you talking about? No, we don't force people like some channels to come up on panel here, but it's always interesting when someone joins. It brings in a whole different, dynamic or whatever.
I tell you, I'd be joining late, and I come late.
She's in the curlers too.
Hey, DJJ.
Yeah, and AJ was asking about you, Benji. He missed you. Now you're here, and have at it. You can both flirt or whatever you need to do in the chat.
Whatever people do in the chat is fine by me, as long as they're consenting adults.
Yeah, that's it. What happens in the chat stays in the chat. Isn't that what they say?
As long as they're consenting adults, fine by me.
Yeah, but it might go against the mighty YouTube community standards.
Algorithm.
Yeah, that's it. Pretty sure these days the community standards is just as bad as like Darth Sidious from Star Wars.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Trying to control us.
maybe. So, if we mention Russell Brand here, do you get demonetized?
I don't know. I have mentioned David Icke a couple of times. They canned him a long time ago, and
Yeah, they
I'm
did.
still around. But yeah, maybe it's like Beetlejuice. If you say Russell Brand enough, your channel gets shut down.
Yeah. Benji always adds some zaniness.
Yeah, he might. He might superimpose himself in a
Richard, now you love
different
football.
person's bedroom or something like that.
I thought I was zany enough for you, AJ, but apparently not. Apparently, Benj adds some zaniness.
The better Robert is here. Yeah, it's my
Yes,
brother.
he is.
Of course, the better Robert is here. The better Robert 5-5.
The better Robbo is here. Hope so. Oh,
Yeah, Robert 5 is here. The better Robert. My brother Robert.
hope I'm better. Oh, I don't know if I'm better or not, but yeah.
Oh, my bad's getting extra 115 subs, so he can celebrate 500 subs.
Way.
I haven't came across a better dynamic duo since bloody Batman and Robin than Robbo and Roger. How's KFC treating you there, Mark?
Yeah. I just had to.
Looks like you just pulled up into the driveway.
Yeah, I have actually. Yeah, I just thought I'd feel a bit peckish and need a bit of dirty bird to get me through. Yeah, we have been on
Right.
here for what 2.5 hours. So
Water.
need something.
Yeah, we haven't spoke about that before. Everyone loves a good dirty bird, right? Was that a different topic? I forget.
Unfortunately, I haven't got a. I should, seeing I work in the
Bad-
earth moving, I
The
was just gonna
bad
say,
Robbo. I like that. The bad Robbo. Oh yeah, now you're not confined to your restraints, Mark. You can talk about Spaceballs. You can
Yeah,
talk about KFC, and
yeah,
you're like a free man. Like you've
That's
just got
it.
out of jail.
yeah. I can. Can I share a
You can
news
do what you
story?
want, man.
You know, I can share a
Yeah, you
news
could probably
story.
even play. Yeah, that's it. You can share
You've
stuff
been
without
using
worrying
Miro,
about
Robert.
copyrights.
Yeah, or you know,
Well, you're not this Robert that's having a rock at you.
Oh. Yeah.
Bad Robbo. I love that.
hmm.
Imagine if someone is new to the channel, is just like, oh, what's this channel about? And just all this chaos happening, bad Robbos and KFC and Spaceballs.
Who's the real
For some,
Rollo?
for some
is a
reason, one of my
real-
favorite. For some reason, one of my favorite lines has always been, "What's that coming out of her nose?" Oh, Spaceballs. Oh, there goes the planet.
Will the real Robbo please stand up? Please stand.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I can't say that.
You said
I
that,
suppose.
didn't you?
Oh,
I
that's
suppose I better have the right spaceship. Seeing I've got, you know.
No, I can't say that.
Yeah, let's all hop into the Millennium Falcon and fly around.
That's it. We could go and visit Nick on Wheels at his gig tonight. You know, crash the gig and then fly away and go see
Oh.
someone else.
Imagine if we did have access to that, which is in the middle of him singing, just start hovering, lowering ourselves down. Oh, what's that? Oh,
We're
wait.
in this water. Just making sure you all know.
Hey,
I'm
hey,
drinking water.
Oh, no.
Here's Paul.
Yeah, look out. Here's trouble.
Uh-oh.
I have to say, AJ, you know how sometimes you love a film and you watch it again when you're like many years later or when you're older and you're like, oh, it's not as good. I have to say, Spaceball is still, chef's kiss. Still excellent, even though I watched it quite a lot in my life. I watched it,
Nice.
8 to 12 weeks ago when we was all talking about it a lot. And just the jokes are still just fantastic. It just moves very, it doesn't stick to one subject where it starts getting boring. It just moves, and the pacing is quite well done. And then it's like, oh, comb the desert, and they're using the combs, and then they use the afro, the Black American one. Oh, how about you? I haven't found shit.
Did he?
Hey, wait. Robo Firefly, let me say you're not something wrong with Speedo.
So which robot
Guido?
had?
Well, I'm not Italian Australian, so I can't be that.
I know you're not Italian.
Benji, you're not talking about this Robbo, are you?
Speedo is. Yeah, rewatch it, AJ, and next stream we're all together. Let us know if you enjoyed it, because that was a big debate for a while if Spaceballs is good or not, or if if people get past the half an hour mark.
Lido, isn't like the fin
just-
Lido? Who knows?
I don't know, Spaceballs is just, to me, you can't get much better than that. It's like how they're like, oh, pizza in the hut.
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, Mel Brooks is amazing, and he's President Scrooge. Is it? And I love I hate yogurt, especially with raspberry. I hate yogurt. Yeah, he's playing with his dolls as well, and it's like, oh, yes, sir, I didn't see you playing with your dolls again.
Yep.
I told you.
Do you guys remember Robin Hood Men in
How about
Tights?
you? How about you, big boy?
Yeah, Mel Brooks did Spaceballs. He did Robin Hood Men in Tights. He also did Blazing
Leave
Saddles.
us alone, Mel
yeah,
Brooks.
He's one of those like writers and directors that I wish that he did a lot more, but then sometimes
Yeah.
less is
Yes,
more.
no.
But like
Yeah.
just he's a great. He has like that great sense of humor, and he obviously knows how to pick people to do the roles very well, like the characters very well. Yeah, he's getting up there in age. He's
Yeah.
you know,
Paul just said he's 97.
and a lot of stuff we all grew up on and enjoyed when we were younger is starting to catch up to us.
Mm. I wish he would do.
Blazing
He
Saddles.
You're still alive. You are right,
Yeah.
Paul.
Jesus Christ! Oh my
and
goodness!
the other classic movie he done, and a lot of people have forgotten this one, is History of the World Part 1. That's a funny one.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. Since I've seen Spaceballs, I've been meaning to go back and watch the rest of Mel Brooks stuff because I've probably been a kid since I watched Blazing Saddles and
Yeah.
History of the World.
Blazing Saddles, that's a fair while ago.
Even probably Robin Hood has been quite some time. I've watched it in my adult years because I quite like Dave Chappelle. He's obviously in that film, but yeah.
Yeah, he was in Handman's Class. Yeah, he was the one getting. He was a chew, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, a chew and a sneeze.
Yeah, because I introduced you to the film, like,
Yeah, I remember that film. Yeah.
a chew.
Yeah, bless you. No, sir.
Bless you. Yeah.
He's my son.
But
Hang on, wait a minute. Let me get pumped.
yeah. Other thing, fucking
Yeah.
buddies, yeah.
Was the pump shoes? Yeah.
Yeah, where's from the buddies, so-called buddies, when he's filming that.
Sorry, I was going to get pumped.
Like Dave Chappelle's humour as well. I don't know if you guys watched the Chappelle show. And the Chappelle show, he did the nigger family, and they were a bunch of white people. And he's like, and they had so many jokes about the nigger family, and he's like, the Dave Chappelle's character was the black guy who was the mailman, and he'd come and bring them, and they're like, "Do you want to stay for breakfast?" And then Dave Chappelle's like, "No, I know better than to take a nigger's pork."
Yeah.
And then like Dave Chappelle would laugh and say, "Oh, this racism's killing me." And then sometimes Dave Chappelle would do the white characters, and he would like paint him like he would put makeup on so he looks very white, and he would put on this voice where he's very like white sounding. But I used to love the Chappelle show.
Yeah.
I remember on his stand-up, Dave Chappelle told a joke about him going getting it high with a bunch of Indians, and he's like, he said that he called himself Blackfeet because he's like, I don't want to call myself, like Dave to someone like who's called, I forget the name that he used, but like, you know how Indians have like these very, he's like, I'm like someone called Wolf something. But then later on, it's like when he gets too high with the Indians, he's like, fuck, I got way too high. And they threw water over him. He's like, calm down, blackface. And he's like, it's Blackfeet, motherfucker.
You be stitches.
The way Dave Chappelle says and does shit is so good. Like, calm down. And he does the changes his voice. Calm down, blackface. Fuck. Blackfeet, motherfucker.
Well, I'm surprised Mel Brooks is still around.
He says, yeah, he is. When Dave Chappelle was doing the joke about Native Americans, he's like, I saw a group of Indians all around, all in a gathering. He's like, I believe they call it Walmart.
Oh my god!
The way he leads up to the joke, he like they have this vision of they're all like in sort of like a native setting, and he's like, I think they call it Walmart.
Right. Oh, mother will call us. You're making me stitch injury.
Yeah, and he's like, oh, I know. He's like, I know it was so bad, but I had to test them to see like if they were authentic Indians. It's like I took a piece of gum,
I remember
I rolled
that.
up a piece of paper, and I dropped it on the floor. And he's like, and a single teardrop come down his eye. It's just so stupid, but like just the way he builds up to the punchline is just so good.
Dave Chappelle he just breaks all boundaries.
Yeah, that's it. One of those people that push the boundaries. Push the boundaries a bit.
And then break all boundaries. Yes, right there off. Break the boundaries. Boundaries.
Yeah. Because
It's hit the bar so far.
that's the best thing with comedy. You have to tell them most edgy things. Yeah,
And push the boundary upwards, yeah.
yeah. Because they're not laughing about the racism of the joke. It's just the joke itself.
It's the joke itself is funny.
like the stereotype of the joke.
Yeah. The punch off the joke, yeah. I know what you mean, right?
It's like on the Chappelle show when he done that nigger family. I probably shouldn't be saying this on live because we're talking about getting banned. But they do it kind of like a Brady Bunch, like the nigger family. They do it in kind of like a black and white sense. You know, like they do it very like it's very like it has that wholesome sort of feel where all the family are gathered around the breakfast table. And then, like, you know, they're called niggers, so there's... And one time they do, like, this joke where it's, like, paying out Italians and it's paying out, like... They go to a restaurant and it's like, oh, the nigger family, they're calling out the name, and then Dave Chappelle and his missus are there, and it's like, oh, we came to this restaurant, we don't expect this sort of behaviour. And then when they're like, no, the nigger family, they're like, oh... the black people.
Hey,
Oh, it's just so bad, but so good.
No,
there's a guy called Mick Mills. He's Italian Australian. And Mick Mills should be here. He's Italian Australian, that. He should be here.
Nick and Wills.
Hard R that would get you cancer.
I mean, it's funny. It's funny with Mick and Wills because we're both Caucasian, but because we have that cultural differences, it's like we can kind of give each other a bit of shit.
It's always funny. It's fun. I just tell Robert the backstory of Mick. He's quite funny bloke.
The hard R. What? Yeah. Robo 5 Life? I don't know what it. Yeah, Robo 5 Life. That's the hard R run, right?
What's that, Benji? Is that the bad Robbo? We're not allowed to say the bad Robbo anymore.
Hang on, I'm going to put this on mute.
The bad Robbo, what? What, the disabled blogger?
Yeah. There's no talking about falling out.
Yeah, I think funny enough with the bad Robbo, it's kind of started to wear off slowly but surely. It started like like a few times I forgot about it this stream until someone's mentioned a little quick.
What was the hard Roger the Pirate? Roger the Pirate.
Yeah, we just blame him now. He's trying to hide. Look at him. He's trying to hide from my finger going into his panel.
Yep. Hard the Pirate.
You're a half brother.
There's a short clip of that of Dave Chappelle. It's still on YouTube. I thought it would have been removed.
There's no point me trying to hide it now and like say the End family. I've said it enough on stream that if I'm going to get cancelled, then
it's on YouTube.
That entertained Benji and Robbo and you're Robbo.
What's Roger swinging around? At the end of the day, I mean, they can try and cancel it, but that was on Comedy Central, and also South Park really pushes the boundary, and that was on Comedy Central originally.
I'm just thinking
It's
of the
on
episode when they
Paramount
lost
now. I think Paramount own Comedy Central, but I don't know. I'm not 100% sure, but I mean, South Park as well pushes the boundary with the token black guy, and like, they have the
Token.
black kid called Token. It's,
Who was it? I just had it in my head.
This is never going to piss up.
No, it's gone. Damn it! I was just thinking about something.
Well,
South Park, Dave Chappelle, the N word.
Benj, I'm not gonna use any words like that because
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
yes,
unfortunately, I've already used it.
Use that word?
Unfortunately, I've already used it, Robbo, even though I was explaining the Dave Chappelle skit. Like, I was
Yeah.
getting carried away and I
Well,
forgot
yes.
the word I was using at first.
Yeah, it's what do you call it? The
well, I suppose
yeah.
you've said that. We've got to say the other N word, isn't it? Yeah. It's a bit like the Blues Brothers, where they got
Yeah.
that famous scene where they get up to the bridge and the Nazi party's on there. They won their day in court. He says to the copper, "What's going on?" "Oh, the Nazi party won. They won their day in court, blah." and they make them all jump into the river.
What does Benjamin say? Just say Nick.
When
Nicholas.
you use it, just say
Nicholas
Nick,
identifies
then
as a
have a
female.
pause.
That doesn't make sense.
Nick, then have a
Pause and say het.
Nick, then her.
Yeah. No, wait.
Nick, then her.
This is Nicholas
Nick, her.
can say identifies as a female. That doesn't make sense to me. Oh well. Let's
My book to say didn't make much sense, Benji.
Oh well.
Oh, it is a like a Funkin' Hungry stream. Nothing makes sense.
Yeah.
That's what this is all about.
Because Craig and Utra say
We better not access the language quota that YouTube gives us. I don't know if there's like a time limit or
there's no time limit in this.
video limit.
Unless we on the
Hey,
three.
DJ, I thought it is that.
Yeah, well, I believe like how I was using it before. The joke or the humor wouldn't be that funny if I didn't say the word, even though I probably got carried away saying the joke without like going too much into it. But at the end of the day, I mean, like I'm a huge follower of the hip hop culture and rap and stuff. If I was racist and was into certain cult like saying how I like Dave Chappelle. If I was racist and like Dave Chappelle, then that's just as bad as some of the because Dave Chappelle done some KKK skits as well, and Dave Chappelle he was the lead member of the KKK, but he was blind and he was a black dude. And he didn't realize he was black, but he was racist.
Yeah.
And like he's being like very racist, like fuck those, and saying all those words, and then like they realise that he's a black dude that's blind and can't see.
He's a nice comedian.
Afro-American comedian.
N-I-C-E person. He's a nice comedian. I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
That's the same.
I'd say that's similar. And Dave Chappelle's obviously grown up on, like the Mel Brooks and stuff like that. The type of comedians or the type of films and stuff that push those boundaries. But they're big jokes, but they'll sort of, push that a little bit, and you can tell.
The only N word I'd say is Nachos Bel Grande.
Bloody hell, Mark's in the cockpit
Unfortunately,
right
I
now.
don't have much
I
of
just,
the
I
with
just
me,
thought
but
I'd,
yeah.
while you guys were talking away, I thought I'd teleport up to the spaceship and just get this nice view with the Earth in the background.
Oh, you
Yeah.
get it ready to go.
You
See
hopped on
Mick
board
at his gig.
Elon Musk's ship, did you?
No, I can't. I can't. I can't make up my mind which.
Which cockpit you like more?
Yeah. Whether it's this view or I'll just show you the other view here from up and.
Yeah, like I imagine most words, it's how you use it and what impact you want behind that word. You know, I don't feel like people are going to necessarily get offended if it's not directed at them. I mean, even like F words, C words, whatever words,
Maybe.
especially in Australian culture, how you can use a lot of those words just in like a very positive way. So I'm pretty sure people are smart enough, maybe not.
Yeah.
But most people you'd expect to be smart enough to know what they're like, how you're using the word, if you're using it in a way to mess with
Problem is-
someone, or if you're using it in a way to like, just explain a situation. Yeah,
the problem
context,
is,
exactly.
depends. No matter what the context, the YouTube algorithm will always hit you, regardless if you say it in a good context or not.
Yeah,
Because
so if anyone watches back the stream or not watching back the stream, you know why? Because I've said certain words that have been banned, and I've had to remove the stream because I said a few naughty words.
hell, heck, even what's his name? Joe Biden even used the N word in a talk once.
Oh, he did too.
Did he?
Joe. Stephen Joe, yeah.
Bloody-
It
It's
was
the Nigger.
the hard R, but that's
N.
because he was talking about basically some other person was talking about like some regional, like this is back in the 90s, so this is way
Yeah.
back.
What is this? George W?
Yeah. Oh no, it's like a state thing.
Oh.
Sleepy Joe, yes, I agree. Paul Styles, Sleepy Joe.
Yeah, I stopped caring about listening to Creepy Joe after he started kissing babies and stuff. When he started like kissing babies. Bloody
You mean
baby kissing
stumbling
stuff.
Joe? Stumbling Joe.
Yeah, how do you stumble upstairs? I've never seen someone stumble upstairs until him, I don't reckon.
Yeah. Benji, it does matter when you say the hard N. N-I-double-G. I'm not racist, but just saying the hard N, it
The
does.
hard R.
I bet
Yeah,
Joe.
Also considering a lot of hip hop music uses the N word, and obviously they're
Yeah,
on YouTube,
exactly.
like
Yeah.
like say NWA, that the N stands for that N word. So if they're using that word in their music and obviously it's not censored, then how can one video be okay and another video not be okay? So
I don't know that shit.
Let's explain, Robbo, Five Live, that set life.
that's pretty crazy, AJ. Bloody looks like Paul's exploring himself tonight in one way
Oh,
or another.
British.
what's your username there, Paul?
Yeah, we'll bring it up on the screen. We'll put it on the share screen.
Maybe Benji can guess it, like he guessed the other one.
Set life. It is Paul.
Benji, what is your spider senses tingling saying? Probably like Paul Styles.
Ever since
Looks like Kermit's having a good night. Ooh,
Yeah, he's having fun.
looks
Ever
like
since
he's had a
ever
few
since-
too many.
ever since you don't care about Robbo the Disabled Vlogger, my brother Robbo Firefly's getting a few subscribers. My brother Robbo Firefly.
Was
He's
he on
getting a few
FetLife as well,
subscribers since
Roger?
he don't care about the other Robbo, the Disabled Vlogger.
What's his FetLife profile, Roger?
I don't know. You have to ask him. I don't think he said any finished things.
Has he got a few subscribers on FetLife? Has he?
You have to ask Robbo Firefly for me.
Roger's one of them.
Our brother does.
Oh, the magic room does have a light.
Yeah.
Is that the Chamber of Secrets?
It's where they do their It's where they do their sacrifices, Mark. The light you're seeing is just a bunch of candles
No. We
around
may
the
be
goat,
doing something stupid.
around the goat's head. Roger's been actually well behaved the last few streams. He surprised me.
Well, I haven't taken my shirt off.
Oh no! Oh god! And I mentioned it too.
I do it, Robbo Firefly's not here.
Oh, he wants to quickly
Just
show
like me,
himself off
take my
like
shirt off.
Robbo's not here.
He's got two kids himself, Robbo Firefly, but his ex-girlfriend's friends with him. He's got another girlfriend now. He's actually 3 months pregnant.
Robbo's got
kids
two
doing his-
kids.
Yeah, from his ex-missus, like ex-wife. But they got divorced, but they remain friends, him and Robbo Firefly and his ex-missus friends. Remain friends.
Oh, so they're his
So they
kids,
got
they're
two
not his
kids,
half
right?
kids.
He's got a son and a daughter from his ex-miss wife. And his new girlfriend he's got now she's already pregnant with his first kid with his new girlfriend.
That's it.
3 months.
No wonder he's a lot more. So no wonder he's a lot more sensible than you, Roger.
Of course he's more sensible than me. He's more settled down than me.
He is.
Right,
Yeah, you're a wild card. You're a wild individual there, Roger.
I'm better than Liz Cannon or Robert Firefly and one of my sensible Cannon. Okay, Paul.
Oh no. No. And on that note, I'm going to go get myself another drink. This has turned into the Roger show now. I'll be back, Roger.
I'm put my shirt back on for you, D. What's going on there, Robbo? Yeah, Paul says take my shirt off. I'm playing for a chest and then I just put my shirt back down.
Yuck.
I can't see say yuck to my hair.
Right. I was just watching the sport on the TV. Where's everyone else?
Well,
They're in Nanya Biz.
no. Let's say with the stars for the moment.
They're in Narnia Biz.
Take you to be more Aussie than me. How's your I know you're more technologically advanced than I am. I know you're more technologically advanced than me. How's I know you got
How's
your
what?
I know you got your degree in what is it? The
TAFE.
yeah, and also German university as well.
Bonn.
Yeah, Bonn, the German University of Bonn, yeah. We love you, Rod. How about all you subscribe to Robbo55? His videos is up before mine.
Yar har har.
Robbo55. After this goes ROBBO, Robbo. Number 5 should be up to here.
LIFE.
Robbo55 said.
Yar har har. Saw my deck, etc.
His videos is up before mine.
An hour before the Roger Pirates one's up, please. Oh Christ. There's not much coke in that. What Hyper Sapiens says. Oh, Jesus. Robo 5 Life, that's exactly correct.
Yeah, this is 500 subscribers of Rob5 Life, and I know he'll do as a the 400 subscribers special.
Yeah, I'll be celebrating with another what do you call it? What's the
What?
I'll be celebrating with that kiwi beer again.
I know.
Wakatengi.
Yeah. Maybe if you can find it.
Oh, I'll be doing the bloody what do you call it?
Murphy's,
Dan Murphy's, yeah. And there's a couple. Oh, here we go.
Bench, another Benji. G and Mark.
Funk and Hungry and
Mark.
the War Stars. Okay, Mark is gonna defend us, protect us from making a cringe of ourselves.
I subbed Robert Fab a couple of months back. AJJ days.
Okay.
Needs
Good to
100
hear.
He needs 150 more of AJJs.
Yeah. Well, just keep doing the uploads, and I'll keep doing uploads every week.
Once a week, yeah.
And you know, hopefully I'll just keep getting. Oh, here we go. Got some sound. But you funkin'? G?
Oh, Mark.
Sounds like G.
No.
Can we Mark? Were you know, Robbo?
Yeah, I had to take it down quite a bit.
Yeah, good.
Sorry, don't. Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah, treat like a copyrighted, yeah. Because you wouldn't upload live stream for 2 weeks and upload for a week. You get certain months. The second strike, we wouldn't upload for a month and not upload 2 weeks. I'll tell you what's forward.
so Roger, you thinking about buying yourself a new computer at any time, or a newer?
Maybe. I think of a new computer, but I'm a bit too lazy to buy one at the moment.
I'll buy you one if you want to.
No. Don't worry about me, Robbo. Yeah, I'm a bit lazy to buy one.
Oh,
A bit too lazy to buy one, and
AJ, within our solar system or outside of our solar system?
yeah, but that's also. Oh, you have to if you access our solar system AJD, it says exosolar. But that's
So
how,
fancy.
yeah, that's how like serious, you know. The planet there.
Because there's, well, I suppose maybe within our galaxy, because there's a lot more planets out there. I mean, see you, Benji.
See a bench.
See you, Benji.
So yeah,
Um,
Go,
Yeah, I
Mark.
mean, it would have to be one, obviously, that humans could interact with the environment.
yeah, well, if you look at the Star Trek or Star Wars universes or worlds, they usually go to planets where people are where it's habitable for people. Whether it's the remake of Battlestar Galactica or even the old one of Battlestar Galactica, that was a running joke with Star Trek, the original Star Trek. They always went to another planet, where they had sexy, beautiful women and they could all speak English. They never talked other languages, But in all seriousness, I don't know, AJ. That's a difficult one. I suppose if you had the if you could travel, you would go and probably visit lots of other planets, not just one. If you had the capability.
Oh, that's a little bit of a strong word. I have to say, Star Trek isn't necessarily my jam, but I have partaken in some Tassie tomatoes with a friend and sat there and watched it. When you're kind of just spaced out that it starts making sense. You really focus on the dialogue. Because when it comes to Star Trek, it's kind of very dialogue driven. There is some action, but obviously Star Wars is a little bit more fast paced when it comes to dialogue and what's happening. Even though the prequels in Star Wars, there's quite a lot of politics in that. It's almost like watching when politicians have their, when they all get together and they have their conversations. Some of the prequels, it's damn, it's just a bunch of old aliens sitting around talking about just random stuff. So I'll get back to Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan running around doing stuff. But yeah.
To answer Cody's question,
Yeah.
I've always been interested in science fiction, not just Star Wars. I like both Star Trek, Star Wars, Stargate, Battlestar Galactica, all of them. I like the science fiction genre. I really do.
Got something influencing more than the other?
What really influenced me as a kid, I think I still got it, or it may be at my parents' place. I had this book, and it was an illustrated book of spaceships, and I mean, just weird and wonderful spaceships that you would never outside of the typical genre of Star Trek, Star Wars, that sort of thing. I was just fascinated by these illustrations, and I tried looking for them. I have found similar, but yeah, it's just always been a fascination. And as I've said before, as far as I'm concerned, we're not alone. We've been visited. I've seen stuff personally. And that's my opinion, and nothing's going to change until that's just the way it is.
So with that question, the interest in Star Wars is more so the science fiction and the fact you was very into spacecraft and stuff like that.
Yeah. I like the story of the boys are gone. I like the story behind Star Wars. There's and as you pointed out, it is very political. Especially with what we're seeing with the new stuff, especially to do with you know, the New Republic and you know, the various what do you call it? Yeah. Anyway, I lost track of what I was trying to say.
I definitely felt the intensity of, you know, when like in the original trilogy, when Darth Sidious finally rocks up, it's like, oh shit, the boss is here, and we've all been in jobs or situations where it's like you deal with managers. I guess that would be the Darth Vader, and he's pretty full on as is, but he's lenient in some ways. And as soon as you kind of saw Darth Sidious, he didn't even say that much or do that much, but you just felt that presence. You
Yeah.
felt that like very like sort of powerful presence that he had.
Mm.
And that was just, I guess, with Star Wars as well. I mean, the music is fantastic, and the music,
Yes.
obviously, with a lot of films, as soon as the music changes, it sets the mood, especially in like horror films and stuff.
Yep.
When you hear that creepy music creeping in, you're like, oh yeah, the killer's around. It kind of gives it away. It gives it away a little bit, but also it just builds up that intensity of how music can just very like change the mood of a situation, and it very much helps how menacing the dark side can be.
Yeah. Music plays
But when it comes to
a tremendous role
yeah,
in a lot of movies, you know, in
yeah, definitely.
you know, even in scary movies, you know, or the classic is Jaws. You know, when you hear that music, you know Jaws is coming and things like that. And there's just yeah, and the movie, most movies, or even some television shows, especially Doctor Who, you have a look at what I think it's Jerry Goldsmith. Is it Jerry Goldsmith did some of the scores for Doctor Who? Really powerful
Yeah,
music.
unfortunately, I'm not the biggest Doctor Who fan.
Really?
As a kid and stuff, I didn't
Right.
mind it.
They,
Like, but I'm not one of those
How
guys.
about
Say
that?
when it comes to Star Wars or even Star Trek and stuff, I can kind of more so Star Wars for me. But yeah, Doctor Who, I can't really. At the end of the day, I know that there's a doctor running around doing crazy stuff, but I can't really talk about when it comes to like the music scores and
yeah, I haven't done deep dives into it, but it just music
yeah.
plays a significant role in any movie, and if it wasn't
Paul.
for music in movies or associated
yo.
with movies, then I don't think the movie would be as interesting as what it would be.
Yeah, definitely. Didn't you say your partner's very much into Doctor Who?
No, we do
Or
enjoy
maybe
it.
that was someone else.
Hey, Cody.
Okay, but they're not huge fans.
No, AJ makes an interesting point here. Yeah, there is a lot of Egyptology in Stargate franchise, and that was very well, written into the Stargate universe.
Well, what I always found interesting is, you know, like the hieroglyphs.
Yep.
Couldn't say it at first. But the hieroglyphic for
Yep.
God is like a UFO shape symbol. Have you seen that before? How it's like it looks like a craft.
Let's have a quick look. I love having two screens.
The hieroglyphic as well. I mean, Egyptians. Yeah, I don't know. I've always found Egyptian culture quite interesting.
Well, apparently there's quite a few Egyptian hieroglyphs here in Australia.
Okay.
and they were also found somewhere else. So they got around.
Yeah, definitely. Also, even when it comes to like Christianity and stuff like that, they obviously a lot of their old artwork where it was like these really beautiful painted artworks, a lot of that has like UFOs or ships
Mm.
in the artwork.
Yeah, a lot of First Nations people around the world have very similar stories or,
Yeah,
hieroglyphics and things like that of or paintings in caves or on rock walls of what we would associate with men in spacesuits or what looks like
yeah,
modern day spacesuits.
yeah, like old Aztec sort of and stuff like that. As you said, they had statues or whatever, or maybe some artwork of which looks like these beings with like astronaut outfits, like huge helmets and
Yeah. AJ, there's a good channel on YouTube. It's called The Y Files. He brings up some good cases, and he's talked about Egypt and things like that, and Egyptology. He does a really condensed version, and he just presents a really good, interesting story. The other thing is, I don't consider myself a researcher. There's a lot of other people out there who do research, proper research. But
yeah,
the stuff I've been watching lately, it's just amazing how much they're finding more and more civilizations that have come before us. The evidence is overwhelming. It's not just one or two sticks or stuff like that. They're finding stuff all around the world where there has been civilizations. They thought for a while there it only went back a few thousand years, but now they're discovering that people were building houses like 15,000 years ago, that sort of thing. There was people walking this earth that long ago.
here's a topic that we haven't gone into too much, but what is your opinion on the Sumerians and the Anunnaki? Do you have much experience with that? And the
Not a
Sumerian
lot.
tablets and not a lot?
Only what I've seen
in
only what I've
documentaries and what?
yeah. Like I said, there's way better people out there who do that sort of stuff. I would definitely look at the Y Files. He covers some really good topics, and it's a real condensed version.
Okay.
Let's see.
So I definitely went down the rabbit hole of the Anunnaki for a while, and there's a lot of symbolism, or just those stories seem to be repeated.
Yeah.
Like the Anunnaki seem to be kind of what I guess Christianity now calls angels and demons and stuff like that, and how the Sumerian texts are some of the oldest texts that even some of it's hasn't been translated yet, but they've translated a lot of it. Hey, Chriso, they translated a lot of it, but obviously because you're going with ancient language. But yeah, a lot of it has been translated into text that we can understand in this day and age. But it's like when I was sort of mentioning a bit of Christianity, that story has been repeated. I forget the culture that had the exact same story of like the virgin birth and like the Jesus character, but that story has been passed down even long before Christianity was around. So it just sort of shows you that a lot of these beliefs and a lot of these just prophets or characters or people have been changed, and the names have changed to kind of suit the culture or suit the different religions.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I mean, really, like the Jesus type situation, and even if you look into Buddhism or whatever, you know, those people are just trying to teach humans to be their best selves, really, and not. It's kind of. I guess we kind of got into this subject a little bit from Star Wars, how you have the dark side, the light side. You have it's kind of like that yin and yang. You have it's like two sides to the coin, and you can decide to be. I mean, I quite like Native American culture, and they have that story about how there's a black wolf and a white wolf in all of us, and the one you feed the most is like what you know who you're gonna become, and they sort of teach that to adolescents. You know, it's like if you feed into those dark impulses and that negative feeling, or just you know, when we're all angry, you have that kind of like dark impulse. You have yeah, and if you feed into that, and that's kind of what Star Wars is, you know, how the whole Anakin Skywalker Darth Vader story,
Yeah.
he started feeding into that sides that he knew that he shouldn't, but for whatever reason, I mean, it was because he wanted to save his partner, and he had visions of her, you know, dying, and he wanted to try to fix that situation, which he couldn't, but he got influenced by the wrong people. And that's just like you can apply that to all of our lives. And we have situations that you can't control, but you might want to try to control it to be how the outcome of you want. But then you have the opposite side. Obviously, you can help people, and you can be a good person. You can try your best to influence people in a good way or help people. And really, if you look at religion, and that's why I feel like the Star Wars, how you were saying you quite like the Star Wars story. I feel like that's how Star Wars is very relatable, because we all kind of have that struggle, and that sort of that story's been passed down through different generations and cultures of you know, you basically either being a good person or a bad person, or just giving into negative impulses or positive. And you know, we can all kind of relate to that story. So that's I think why Star Wars can work so well, and how you can kind of I guess get into that. Fair enough, it's got all this aliens and sci-fi stuff and spaceships, but when you break it down, it's a story that a lot of us can relate to.
Yeah,
In that
well,
sort of
when
way.
you look at if you do behind the scenes stuff and look into how George Lucas came up with these ideas for the characters, like the Jedi's, they were based on
Yeah.
the Shaolin monks. Shaolin?
Yeah.
Shaolin?
Shaolin, yeah.
That's it, Shaolin. Thank you. And you know, and how they move, and how they came up with a lot of the moves with the lightsabers, and well, there's a lot of cultures that talk about the light and the dark, or yin and yang, the balance between. I think the which religion is it? The Sikh community. You know, they believe that there's like on your shoulders, there's a good and the bad, and they judge you. You know, there's a bad one whispering in your ear and a good one whispering in your ear. You know, that's sort of been shown in cartoons like Looney Tunes.
Definitely.
Various other things. You know, so it's not, like you say, it's not a new idea. It appears in a lot of cultures.
And really, that's if you break down religion and you don't really look at it as necessarily heaven and hell or whatever you might look at Christianity as, at the end of the day, it's again like you're saying these two different influences that are always there, and you can either go one way or the other. And like you're saying about the devil and the angel, obviously the Sikh religion would use different names, but it's very similar to what the Native Americans do, but they just use like animals because they're very like in nature, and they're very into animals and that sort of stuff. So it's that using the wolf as the way to explain going one way or the other. And
Yeah.
I mean, these days, the most modern version, I guess, would be the angel and the devil, or the angel and the demon. You know,
Mm.
the dark and the light. In the AJ, Jabba represent. Well, Jabba is actually quite interesting because Jabba the Hutt used to be a human, didn't he? Back in the original Star Wars, it was like a. Have you seen that, Mark? How Jabba
No,
the Hutt
I
was
haven't.
originally like a human. The very first Jabba the Hutt, he was like a sort of like a pretty big like person, and he had sort of fur and stuff. You know how I forget them, the Gamorrean guards from Star Wars, the pigs, how they kind of have like that fluffy outfit.
Yeah.
Excuse me, they're in a lot of khaki, and they kind of have. But yeah, if you look into Star Wars, Jabba the Hutt originally was basically a crime boss, but a human, and then they eventually turned him into that like slug, snake type creature. I guess as well, when it comes to Jabba the Hutt, the way the character looks, I feel like it portrays like the message they're trying to get across, which is, you know how like you call someone that double crosses you, or someone like that a snake. You know
Hang
how
on,
you sort of say, "Oh, that person's like a snake." I feel like the symbolism of Jabba the Hutt, looking how he does, helps to push across that message of he's, like a slimy slug
Mm.
snake sort of character, and that's what he looks like, a human. Yeah, if you look into Star Wars, before they put into a lot of the CGI stuff, it was like you can look, if you look into Star Wars, you can find scenes of Han Solo, because obviously Han Solo was the character that originally owed Jabba the Hutt money and stuff, and obviously Han Solo's character was quite charismatic, and he was able to talk his way out of situations, and he wasn't even a Jedi. But like he could talk his way out, so he would. I know I owe you money, Jabba. I've got it, and like human, but yeah.
Yeah, I can't. I just put in Jabba the Hutt original idea, and it hasn't. It's come up with a fandom thing.
It's 1977. 1977 was the original Jabba the Hutt, and then in 1997, so I was born in like 86, so they changed him. This is what he originally looked like with the fur coat and
right.
stuff.
I did. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, so that is legit.
Yeah, it was good, mate.
Then they've changed him over time. So the 97 or the 77 was the original with like the human. Then 97 they put in Jabba the Hutt, and in 2004 they, for some reason, did it again, because there's that joke how George Lucas kept on added new CGI to Star Wars just to make it look a little bit more fresh, but I feel like it started becoming a little bit unnatural how he would just put in a lot of CGI stuff. But yeah, there's actually those scenes of Han talking to Jabba the Hutt when he was human. Like and then obviously because CGI they just wiped out the human character and added Jabba the Hutt as we all know him now.
Mm. Oh, it
Yeah,
says
that's
here
it. And these aren't the droids we're looking for.
Yeah, it says Jabba the Hutt was actually going to make an appearance, and no, he was not a giant slug creature. Instead, he was a human with a fuzzy waistcoat. The scene was shot but edited out in order to keep the character a mystery, and for pacing issues as well. It wasn't needed, and just regulated information that we already knew from Han's confrontation with Greedo.
See you later, Dream Mark. I just been getting a bit sleepy here, so
Righto, mate. No worries.
see you
No
later.
problem there.
Thanks, Roger, for being in
All
here
right.
and helping out.
You too, Mark and
right.
G.
All right, take care, and yeah, appreciate you and Robbo being here tonight.
See you.
Take care, man.
Tell you, yep. Yeah,
Um,
the more I look at it, yeah, I see. Yeah, I never knew that.
Yeah, a lot of people love Boba Fett, but to be honest, he was always a bit of a joke character to me because a blind Han Solo was like, "Oh, Boba, where?" He turns around and knocks him into the Sarlacc pit. And when I did have the toy and the rocket packs were cool but yeah, I was when people said he was a favorite character, I was just found it kind of amusing. But then I guess I went with the Darth Vader character. I really liked that, like the skull sort of symbolism of his mask. Kind of, and George Lucas always said that he was kind of to represent death a little bit, like the death character.
Hmm.
I'm going to see if I can share this. No. No. IG-88.
IG-88.
Yeah, IG-88, I believe, is the one from Mandalorian. The droid
Oh,
that
yeah.
that Grogu ends up controlling for a while.
Yeah.
Come out of there, Solo! Solo!
Right here,
I
Jabba.
think,
Been waiting
I
for
think
you.
this is what
How
I've
you know?
seen.
Yeah, right.
Run, did you?
Ah, my boy, there are times you disappoint me. Why haven't you paid
He even had a different voice.
try poor Greedo like that? After all we've been through together.
Look, Jabba, next time you want to talk to me, come see me yourself. Don't send one of these twerps.
Han, understand. I just can't afford to make exceptions. Where would I be if every pilot who smuggled for me dropped his consignment at the first sign of an Imperial starship? It's not good business.
Look, Jabba, even I get boarded sometimes.
You think I had a choice? But I got a nice, easy charter now. I'll pay you back, plus a little extra. I just need a little more time.
Han, my boy, I'm only doing this because you're the best and because I need you. So for an extra 20%, I'll give you...
Jabba, don't push it.
For an extra 15%, I'll give you a little extra time. But this is it. If you disappoint me again, I'll put a price in your head so big, you won't be able to go near a civilized system for the rest of your life.
Jabba, you're a wonderful human being.
Yeah, there you go. You know where he walks behind when he walks behind Jabba the Hutt, and he ends up these days like the new stuff. He steps on his tail,
Yeah.
like where he walks around him, and Jabba the Hutt like reacts when he steps on his tail. The IG model IG-88 appears in Empire Strikes Back. So he made. I guess I shows how good I am with my Star Wars. IG-88 was one of the bounty hunters that they had. When they tried to find like Luke and stuff, and Darth Vader had all those different bounty hunters. He had Boba Fett and
Yeah.
all those different bounty hunters. So they had the IG-88 droid. Like, didn't even Darth Vader make a joke about it? Like, oh, what's his? It might have been a Robot Chicken though. I think it was on Robot Chicken or one of those like parody ones where it's like, oh, is he okay? Because he just standing there saying nothing.
So
Yeah, you're definitely not a nerd, AJ.
well, I don't consider myself to be a nerd. I just know what I know.
Yeah, I mean, what's the difference of being into Star Wars than being into like Disney princesses or whatever? Yeah,
Well,
whatever someone may be into.
who was it? What's her name? The chick. Who was it? The series. For far out. Do you know the series Firefly?
I've heard of it, but I don't know much about it.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I
actually.
can quickly Google, so if a name comes up, it will.
It stars. It was written by Josh Wheaton. It stars Nathan Fillion.
Yeah. Gina Torres, is it?
Sorry?
Or Gina Torres or Summer
Gall. Yeah, she's
Summer
been out
Gall,
here
yeah.
to Australia. I've seen her in person, actually. It's got, and of course, it's got, what's her name in it?
Yeah, she was in Terminator, Serenity, Firefly, Arrow.
Yeah, well, Serenity is Firefly. It really was a good show. But the girl in that, what's her name? Where is she?
Well, Josh Whedon I very much liked, and he did write, because I'm a bit of a comic book nerd.
Yeah.
He did Buffy, but then when Buffy got cancelled, he continued Buffy through comic books.
Yeah.
So I forget what season Buffy ended, but there was a few big like graphic novels of like which would be seasons of Buffy. But he continued that in comic books, and he eventually did the Avengers, the first.
Yeah.
I think it was Avengers, and then Avengers: Age of Ultron. The movies.
Yeah, well,
so yeah,
Josh,
and he
Josh
did as well.
Josh Whedon.
Yeah, Josh Whedon
did Firefly, and even though it was a fan favorite and all that sort of thing, they only did like one season and one movie, and that was it.
Oh, really? Is that all?
Yeah. And it had a good story.
I have heard a lot about it.
I
have heard a lot about it.
It's also got what's his name? Oh God,
Alan Tudyk.
Tudyk. Alan Tudyk.
He did He did like the voice of a droid, I think, in Rogue
Yes.
One.
Yes, that's correct.
He did
Yep.
yeah.
Yep, he sure did.
Rogue One was quite good. I like how
Yeah.
Rogue One really led up into A New Hope.
Yeah.
And I mean, because I'm a bit of a Darth Vader nerd, I really love that scene. Like, the movie was good, but what made the movie was Darth Vader when he was trying to get the little information, the data disk from, they was passing it on that they eventually put into R2D2, and just Darth Vader just walking down a hallway and just clearing the room of rebel
Because
soldiers.
in Star Wars A New Hope, Star Wars 4 A New Hope, we never knew the backstory of how R2D2 got that information, and Rogue One filled in that. Rogue One was a prequel, and it was a really good prequel. It's I've probably watched Rogue One more than the other, like 1, 2, or 3.
Okay,
Yeah. So
because I like Danny Yen. Danny Yen was the character who was the Force user, who was like blind or whatever, and he's been in Bruce Lee films, and he's been in a lot of martial arts films that I enjoy. And then like they had quite a few good characters in that really, I feel like it fleshed out the rebels quite a lot. Sometimes the rebels were quite faceless people, like you understood it as a organization, but sometimes you didn't have really characters to latch on or really get attached to, where Rogue One very much made you sort of like a few different characters, and it's definitely like very much what war's like. You're getting attached to characters that may just do what they need to do just to get, like obviously it's leading up to A New Hope, and a lot of those characters just lose their lives, or they just become just nothing anymore.
Yeah, well, just getting back to the cast of... just getting back to the cast of Firefly, Nathan Fillion, a lot of people know him and what he does and what he's doing.
Definitely.
Gina Torres, Summer Glau, Glau, Jewel Sati, she technically she put a post up. I follow her on Twitter or Instagram or one of those, and when Disney brought Star Wars or something, and she said, she put a post up. Well, she goes, technically speaking, now that Disney's done this, she says, I'm a Disney princess. It was a bit of a funny joke at the time. And because, Disney was sort of buying everything at the time, or it seemed to be anyway. So Firefly was really well shot, good cast. And a lot of these, and also it had Morena Bacani. She's been in a lot of stuff. Very nice looking actress, has played multitude of roles. She's been in the remake of V. Do you remember V?
Is that V for Vendetta?
No, it's a sci-fi series. V.
Okay.
Was it V? I think it was V. Yeah, it was V. V stood for victory.
Okay.
TV show. So originally, once again, it's about aliens coming to Earth and taking over. Originally it was 84 to 85, and then they did a remake in the 2000s. 2009 to 2011. and it only went for a short period of time. Did two seasons, I think, and that had that had Marina in it as well. She's certainly played in a lot of roles. It's oh God, and her too.
Did you know, you've seen Ahsoka, how they have the witch who is, I think her name's Morgan. You know, she works with Thrawn. The Morgan is Elsbeth. She's the actual granddaughter of Bruce Lee, which I found out when she made an appearance in Mandalorian.
Yeah, right. Okay.
So it's it's always, I guess when it comes to Hollywood and stuff, a lot of times they kind of keep it in the family a fair bit.
Yeah, well,
You know, if there's a talented family, she works hard, or a lot of these people work hard because she's a very good martial artist and actress in her own right. So, you know,
what's her name?
Diana Lee, Santo. It's this female.
Oh yeah.
She was, which was kind of like one of the witches in Ahsoka.
Oh, righto. Right.
I kind of like how Boba Fett, the Boba Fett series, the Mandalorian, and the Ahsoka, they kind of have set up its own separate universe. How obviously a lot of those characters have been used in the different series. You kind of get used to it. It's like build up its own universe, or if you have watched them all. I mean, you don't necessarily need to watch them all to enjoy one of the series, but it definitely helps to watch all of them, just so you're like, oh, that's that character.
That's why I
You
like
recognize them from.
I really like. I know a lot of people didn't, but what's the other spin-off series to Rogue One was
Andor.
Andor. Yeah, so it's a prequel. Yeah, I really like that. But of course, COVID came along, and we've had the writers' strike. So a lot of these shows that we're used to seeing is going to take a bit of time. They've obviously got stuff in the can ready to go, but the writers, the writers' strike hasn't helped. And but yeah, I thought Andor was a pretty good series because once again, it's adding a layer. It's, I suppose you could call it a chapter or a layer to the story, to the Star Wars universe. And people argue it's not canon and all that sort of stuff, but you're right, AJ. It's pretty damn good. There's a heap of, if you really want to get into the Star Wars lore, there's a heap of books out there that go way further than what any of the television series do, and that's something I haven't done.
Yeah, there's a lot of the Disney stuff hasn't really taken from any of the extended universe or the books, and there's these memes that go around, like Kathleen Kennedy or whoever it is that's runs Star Wars these days. Like there's this meme where it's like, oh, there's no source material for like the new Star Wars, and then there's like 50, 60, 70 books or whatever out of all like what happened to Luke Skywalker after he became a Jedi. So yeah, I mean, I didn't read a lot of the books. I know my older brother used to be into Star Wars, so he had a few of them, which I read a few. But yeah, I know there's a lot of comic books as well that for the new Star Wars and for the old stuff before George Lucas sold it. There was a lot of comic books and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
yeah, unfortunately, Disney's going one way, and then you've got
Yeah.
which they call like the extended universe or whatever, another direction.
See, the story was that, this is what I've heard, that Kathleen Kennedy was like a prodigy, like the chosen one, and and George Lucas believed in her, and when they sold it, or when he sold it, they just went in a totally different direction, and rumors have it that he felt that they screwed it up, and that's
like I'd say she must have like very, she kind of sold out in a way where she probably gave him the impression it was in safe hands, like it was going in a direction he wanted, and obviously she got influenced by Disney or just whatever. But Dave Filoni, who does, he did help with a fair bit of Mandalorian. He did the Ahsoka series, I believe he wrote and directed it himself. But he did a lot of Rebels and Clone Wars, and he worked with George Lucas through Clone Wars. So obviously working with the person who originally did all the characters, obviously he asked them a lot of questions or just would find out, kind of the direction. Even they probably had conversations about, what if this ever happened, how a character would react. Because if you watch Ahsoka, they used like a lot of like just Anakin and the original, how a lot of the original stories in that. So it just to me feels like what probably would have happened to the characters if they didn't go in the directions they did with the new series, the new sequels. And I mean, I don't totally hate the new sequels, but you can definitely tell there was too many people trying to direct it into where they wanted, because just all the characters like Finn, Rey, Kylo Ren, they was going in one direction where you felt like you kind of knew the direction they was going in, and then like Finn, the stormtrooper, just got turned into a side character where he didn't have much going on, even though in the first film he was very much a main character. And then he just all of a sudden done side missions, and just the way Kylo Ren and Rey went for me was very different than I kind of expected them, which is a little bit of how Star Wars is. Like some characters turn and go in different directions than you expect, but yeah, just it was very strange to me, and just bringing back, spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen it, bringing back Darth Sidious was a little bit of a slap in the face to Luke Skywalker and Anakin Skywalker to me. They spent all those films, the original films, building up to taking down that character just for him to say, "Oh, I'm back." It felt like they could have made like a new Sith or a new character to be the main antagonist and stuff.
Yeah, but
I'm just going to let the dog out quickly.
Yeah, no worries. I suppose. Yeah, look, and at least we're getting. We've probably got more. Excuse me. We've definitely got more science fiction in terms of Star Wars, Star Trek on TV now to watch than we ever have been before. Whether you like it or not, and there's obviously more to come. It just depends on how big the budgets are, how they rate, all that sort of thing. You're always going to have your core fans of a particular series or genre. But if the stories are good, and a movie or a TV series is, the idea is to take you on a journey, away from your reality, bring you to another reality. And if it's a good story, people are going to watch it. You know, they're going to like it. They're going to follow it. And yeah, it's just the way it goes. All TV series is better than all the newest films. Yeah. Yeah, some people, just to your previous comment there, AJ, some people do care about canon, you know, canon law. And you can always have those interesting what ifs. And it's good to have both, I think. You know, you can certainly have spin offs, but it's hard to please everyone. And I think you got to watch it to at least give yourself a chance to know whether you're going to enjoy it or not. You know, there's stuff I've watched where I haven't enjoyed it, so you don't go back to it. If like I said about Rogue One, it's a really enjoyable movie. It's, you know, even though I know the movie backwards, inside and out, it's still a good movie. I'll go and watch it again, you know.
Yeah, I think you sort of definitely made the good point. You know, there's all these sort of, even Marvel, I quite like the Marvel films.
Mm.
You know, I've been into Marvel and those characters, again, since I was young. You know, I had the figurines doing the whole dark helmet, smashing them together and stuff. But you know, like some of them don't hit, or some of them aren't for me. But then you see other people say, "Oh, I love that film," and you're like, "Okay, I guess that was made for you, not me."
Mm.
You know, the character might not have been how I see the character from reading comics and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And just, I guess that goes down to Star Wars and some of those other Marvel series they do, you know. There's plenty of it to be around, and if it's more for a teenage girl or whatever, then so be it.
Mm. I haven't got into the Marvel side of things that much. My wife's, we have watched it. My wife's probably seen more than me, but I don't know. Just never been a big Marvel fan. I'm not saying that they're no good or anything like that. Maybe they're just,
Have you seen, or if you have seen them, have you ever the Guardians of the Galaxy?
Yeah, I do enjoy Guardians of the Galaxy, but even their last movie, in some respects, is a bit predictable. You knew what was going to happen, sort of thing. You know, they I suppose they're always going to win, and like the first one, it was fantastic. You know, it's one of those ones that you should have just stopped at one. We've talked about this before. There's just some movies that shouldn't be remade. It's just the first movie is it. You know, like Matrix, the first Matrix. They should have just left it at that. I know they did the other two.
Yeah.
I understand that, or the other three. Sorry, but you know, the first, just sometimes that first movie is just the bee's knees. You know, Total Recall, Blues Brothers, all that. You know, there's Kill Bill as another one. Just stop at the first one. Matrix, first one. You know.
Even as much as I love Ghostbusters, I feel like the first one is just miles better than the next one.
Yep.
And it's because I had the love for those characters that I enjoyed the next one, but I just feel as an overall film, it didn't hit the same. It didn't sort of move me in the same way.
Yeah.
But to answer AJ, I'm not a huge Spawn fan, but I am a pretty big Todd McFarlane fan. and he was one of the creators who first did Venom for Marvel. He worked on Spider-Man for quite some time, and he created what they call spaghetti webbing, where he like instead of just having like spurts of webbing coming out, he kind of made them look like ropes more. The webbing had like a bit of tangled up to look like a rope a little bit more. But yeah, I definitely like him as a artist, and he's like the creator. After he started working in Marvel, he went and did Image Comics, I believe they call it, and he created Spawn on his own comic book company. Because they are meant to be doing a new Spawn where he's like, instead of letting other people kind of create it, he's going to try and do what Stan Lee did with some of the Marvel films originally, where he like, you know, has the final say or has a lot of power over the characters.
That's the old saying too, you know, too many cooks spoil the broth, and sometimes movies can just be born out of one person's idea, and you know they have a direction. And I suppose you could say George Lucas, with the first three movies, he had this vision and of what things were meant to be and how they were, all that sort of stuff. And,
Yeah.
you know, that's why they still stand up today, even when you watch them now.
Yeah, that original trilogy still my Star Wars is how we're talking about what ifs and stuff like that. I do like a lot of different Star Wars, but to me, I'd still be happy just to look at the original trilogy of just that's it. You know, a lot of these other stories are kind of just different interpretations of it, and I mean, Jake Lloyd and Christopher, what was in that? Hayden Christian, he did Anakin Skywalker as a younger one. I didn't dislike either of them, but to me, they're still. I didn't mind the very young Anakin, but to me, they're still not really how I would have seen Anakin personally.
Yeah.
And I still liked those films for different parts of it and what they were, but I just feel like Hayden Christian in those old films, it was like George Lucas was trying to do like an American Pie or something too much, where he was trying to do this character that a lot of females would get into Star Wars, is how I kind of saw it. Like it was that very love story, that teenage. I met a girl and I fell in love, more so the second film, the Attack of the Clones or whatever. And I don't dislike those films, but it definitely felt like he was trying to make like a bit of a romantic situation with the two, and maybe tried to get females to like Star Wars more. I'm not saying that women didn't like science fiction and Star Wars before that, but trying to get into a younger audience and maybe some, you know, girls that are into teeny boppy stuff and like, oh, Anakin's a handsome individual. I'm gonna fall in love with him. See, AJ says Hayden Christian is a terrible actor, but I quite liked him in the newer stuff. Like, I don't want to spoil too much, but in some of those newer series, I mean, people probably aren't watching to this point anyway, but I quite liked his take in obviously the new series that a lot of us may or may not have seen. It's just, and to me, him being in those old films, maybe it was the direction. Like I have heard stuff, and George Lucas has an incredible mind to come up with a lot of this, but I have heard that he's not the best director. Like I remember Harrison Ford has said a lot of stuff like George Lucas would tell him dialogue of how to say stuff, and it's like people don't really speak like this. Like all this really like sort of this jargon and it's just random stuff. It's like it was hard for them to remember, but also for them to say, because it's not how people talk. So if it doesn't sound natural to say the dialogue, then it's going to be kind of like hard to pronounce or just hard to put the sentence together if it's not really how humans naturally speak. and I have heard stuff about that, so I'm not sure if it's Hayden Christensen's acting or like the direction he had, but I quite liked him in more recent stuff that they've done a little bit of Anakin in. But yeah,
So they're all
like I don't mind him in. I don't mind him in the third film as much when he obviously started turning evil or onto the dark side. But that middle film was a little bit cringy in places. But I mean, I have to say, I still like that. When he went into the younglings and he just looked at them evilly, and he just, oh, Mr. Anakin, what's like it's so evil and stuff. But yeah, oh, Master Anakin, what's happening? But yeah, like I don't know, maybe he was better at doing Anakin when Anakin started falling and becoming Darth Vader than he was when he was crying about sand. The reason he hated sand. I don't know. I guess that's my take. Everyone has something different, but just
yeah. Oh boy. So is it just us three? Is it now?
Oh, there was a few people watching still, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just down to just us and AJ now. Good old AJ.
Oh, well. Sometimes we just.
I did see it.
Did you see a random in there? Did you?
Well, I haven't seen randoms, but I could see that there's still more than just us watching. So, I can understand some people just have it on in the background or whatever, but yeah, I'm sure there's a couple of people doing a bit of the lurk, just seeing if they may get mentioned.
Yeah, well, maybe they can. Maybe we should mention them. No?
I don't know about the old winky hole, but when you have sand in your boot and you just feels very uncomfortable until you pick it off and empty it back out and give it the old tap. I guess it would just be just as annoying if it was in a winky hole. You probably won't be able to tap it out as much. Give it the old back tap just to get it out. Becky's still here, listening as he's playing his GTA, I guess.
It's have you got into online gaming much? Because I watched Rolfus the other day. He was playing some game. Him and another mate were playing some online game. Some shoot 'em up.
PUBG.
Yeah. And when I went and looked at it, and there was a lot of reviews on there, bad reviews, and people said, "Oh, it's full of scamware or spyware or something," and had all this trouble, and they want access, they want to look at everything and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it's probably the same people that freak out that if you have a Facebook account that you're going to be, watched and stuff, which I guess we all know. If anyone's listened to Edward Snowden, we all know that they're watching us and all that stuff anyway, but it's just...
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not selling drugs. I'm not doing stuff where I have to worry about them watching, really. And I know that is a little bit of the problem, how people say, oh, I'm not doing the wrong thing, so I shouldn't have to worry. I definitely don't agree with them being able to have all of our information and spy on us. But at the end of the day, what can you do? What can I do? Walk out in the middle of the street and say, damn you! Just shake my fist at the closest satellite.
You don't even have to do that. They're listening to you on your phone. You can just hold your phone up and go, damn you.
Yeah, there has been a couple of times I'll give them the salute, to the camera, whatever camera they're using, phone. Give them the old the salute. Just so if they are watching at the right time, I can.
So when
wave to them.
When your account gets deleted, you know why.
You know, I'm like this, and all of a sudden I go next day I log on. Your account's been no, there's no one by this name. I'm like, oh, well, I guess they was watching. Guess they did see that.
The deep state strikes back.
But yeah, with online gaming, I don't really game that much anymore. I did have a stage where there was I knew a few people, and we'd all, go on in the evening, we'd all get together and choose what game we want to play and run amok. I mean, I've enjoyed solo gaming or multiplayer gaming when I was younger and teenage years. It is kind of fun to get a few mates, and sometimes it's not even about winning or losing or just even playing the game. It's just to have the few friends so you can have a laugh and act a bit stupid and do silly stuff together. Sometimes it's just that's what's fun about it more so than even really playing the game. It's just, I guess that's kind of in a way what these live streams are without the game, and we just get together and talk all different subjects, and we'll have a laugh, we'll have a cry, we'll have a discussion about whatever it is, and I feel like that's kind of it's that social aspect. It's that just, and even with the chat, when you're playing a game, sometimes it might be just a couple of people. I mean, the chat is sort of talking to us as well, so it's just. I feel like it's that social aspect. It's just having a laugh with all people and just getting to know each other a bit more.
Yeah.
That's my take on gaming, really.
Oh, just wondering if you've done much. That's all. Because it is
Yeah.
gaming's quite big. There's all sorts of things out there for people to do. So.
Yeah, and Rolfus and Pete, who was on here earlier, did sort of ask me to get into that, but I'm more of a console gamer. They're doing it on like computers. And I have done computer gaming before, but you got all these keys. I kind of like console, how you just have a smaller amount of buttons to use. Just when it's kind of keys, you have to use WASD to like move around. And so it's like, to me, I don't know, PC gaming is a little bit outdated to me. I mean, you can use controllers on PCs, but yeah, it's like a little bit outdated. Where I mean, for PC gaming on a keyboard, it's good for some games where there's a lot of stuff going on, where you might need a lot of keys to have your different options. But yeah, I mean, I prefer analog sticks to move around and a few buttons to shoot and load and do whatever you need. So, yeah.
All right. Well, I think I'm going to wrap it up. I'm getting a bit tired, so
No worries, man.
Thanks for having me on, and we'll catch up next time.
Yeah, no, it's been a pleasure as always. Just having our chats about this, that, and the other.
Yeah. No, it's always good. It's always good. Be good to get a few other people on here from time to time, but it's up to them, eh?
Yeah, it was a little bit different having Roger and Robbo on tonight. It was definitely a little bit of a struggle at some points to understand the points they were making, but that's what made it fun. Like, they try and be a part of the conversation, and they just like end up going into a different topic. And definitely enjoyed having them on and everyone else.
That's great. All right, G. Thanks again. Have a good night. Good night, AJ and Becky's Fishing Adventures. Thanks for listening, and I'll catch you next time.
All right, thanks always, Mark. Appreciate it. Take care.
See you guys.
Catch you. Oh, I always forget when people head off that it's just like going to zoom into me. Like we see this little green fella looking like he's loving life. I reckon he might have got into the paint stripper. His eyes looking a little bit dilated than usual. Yeah, what are you boys and girls doing at the moment? Yeah, we definitely had some decent chats tonight. As I said, there was a few people that might have pushed a few people's buttons. I won't go into too much detail, but I did notice AJ did mention something that I saw, but I wasn't going to highlight. But yeah, I may or may not agree with what you were saying. But yeah, sometimes as well, you just got to get used to someone. I guess there's people that the way they talk or the way they act definitely comes across a little bit ridiculous until you kind of, I guess, get to know who they are a little bit more. Which even if you get to know who they are, doesn't necessarily mean it's just it's almost like playing a video game. We were talking about Grand Theft Auto earlier. There's definitely some characters that grind your gears at first, but then when you kind of, I guess, get used to them, you just get used to who they are. So they just make a little bit more sense in their own weird and crazy world. Yeah, the Boyles and the Gauls. Is Cody still around? Funny enough, around about the beginning of the stream, or maybe like 20, 30 minutes in, Cody asked what I did for Friday the 13th. No, don't be sorry at all. As I said, you don't need to be sorry at all, and you know how much I appreciate you being a part of the channel, the chat, and all that. I did notice that, and I do have a bit of a tendency to agree with what you were saying, but it's just how it is, It's not that I dislike or like someone, but I'll just unless someone's being too much, where it's going to definitely upset people. I'm glad that I have to say, I'm glad that you stuck around though, because you did give me the impression that you kind of had enough of that conversation and was ready to head off. So I'm definitely happy that you stuck around. But yeah, unless someone's being too full on, which really I haven't had to stop, and it's not even about banning someone. I haven't had to remove them or tell someone really to sort their shit out so far on the channel. But yeah, some people can definitely come across as a little bit too full on or ignorant or negative at times. But yeah, that's how it is. I mean, at the end of the day, I guess I own this channel, so yeah, that's it. There's definitely people that grind your gears, but I guess it just makes you enjoy or appreciate the people that don't enjoy you, don't piss you off, don't grind the gears. Like, there's some people out there that I can get along with. But yeah, after this stream, I'll probably be doing what I've done for the last couple of streams and the majority of the week when I have some spare time, watching the crazy horror. And that's why I asked if Cody was still around, because I did go into Irreversible a bit. We all had that chat last time. And with Irreversible, I found that it wasn't as full on, but then it might be because I watched the Serbian film previously, so it's kind of like a little bit tame in comparison. But yeah, there was definitely themes that were a little bit hard, and don't judge me for this, but I did, after I found out the whole story, I did go back just so I could see that one murder scene. Which one next? Yeah, who knows? I'll go over that in a minute. But that murder scene where that dude is like being beaten to death, like that was a lot more enjoyable after I found out what that guy done. Which you can judge me if you want, but I feel like he definitely deserved it. The only thing with Irreversible, it was when I watched the film and I was kind of like trying to work out how I felt about the film, how it kind of starts at the end of the film. Like you see right at the beginning, you see what happens after when the film plays out. the ending of the film is kind of like the beginning of the film, and the beginning of the film is kind of like the end. And if anyone has seen it, you'll kind of, I guess, understand. But it's one of those films where it shows you kind of the outcome or the what happens, what the outcome of all of the stuff that happens in the film is, and then as you go across or as you go through the film, it starts showing you little bits, and like to me, that was quite confusing until I kind of understood the characters. So at the beginning, I'm like, who the hell are these people? And then obviously they show you the characters and they do a little bit of character development through the film where you'll find out the story. You'll get used to a few characters, and one of the female who's a part of the story, you don't sort of find out who she is properly until like the middle, going on to the end of the film, and then you see a lot more of her. So then it's like, oh, so that's why those dudes were so angry, or that's why they were reacting in that way. So it was a little bit confusing, but also I feel like the film wouldn't have as big of an impact if they didn't do it that way. So it's confusing, and a few times I'm like, this is just getting to the point I don't know what the hell's happening, and you almost want to turn off the film because it's just not making that much sense. But then if it was done in a way where it's like you see the victim, you see the part of the crime, you see the victim going through the crime at the beginning and it leads up to all the stuff that happens, I don't feel that you'd have as much of a emotional response, if that makes sense to me, is the way that my mind worked it out. It's like it's quite confusing and all over the place. And then sort of the middle and then the ending, you kind of get the story and you work out what's going on and who's who. But if they kind of laid it out to you where you was able to understand it really easily, I feel like it wouldn't have much of an impact because you'll be seeing the worst part at the beginning of the film. So you get that emotional response, and then you kind of see like the outcome of the story is kind of how my mind figured it out. Or it's one of those films that I know that a lot of people have said it's quite full on, which it is, but I feel like it's one of those films that you need to stick with. Otherwise, if you don't, you just kind of have to persevere and stick with it. It is a subtitle film, so you obviously need to like visually see what's happening and read stuff. And when it's kind of like tame, when it's just people talking, but when there's a lot happening and you're just seeing all this stuff happening really quickly, it's kind of hard sometimes. I'm like might have to flick back so it rewinds just so I can see the dialogue. I haven't seen that. No, might have to write that one down just to sort of see what's what. I was saying before you got onto the stream, AJ, that last year I smashed out around about this time of year the Halloween films. I might do that too, the Nightmare on Elm Street films. They were a favourite growing up, so I might go through all the Nightmare films, do it from like the beginning, build up to the remake was a little bit trashy, but yeah, do the old school ones. Yeah, is that is that the part where the dude gets smashed apart? Because I mean, it's not like that's the part that I said when I watched the film, I had to go through and just like see that. Maybe I'm just a little bit messed up, but I had to go see that scene again just so it kind of made sense more because that's at the beginning of the film. So when you go through the whole film, it's like I played the first 10 minutes or whatever again, just because I felt like the film ended. And yeah, just definitely because at first I'm like, what? Who is this guy, and why is this happening? And they're just going around trying to find this guy. But then obviously when you watch the whole film, you realize why they're looking for that guy and why he deserves what he got. Yeah, it was definitely full on, and how they kept on moving the camera around like I guess you're almost in the mind of someone who's a bit intoxicated, and their vision is like not just straight on. It's kind of like over the place because the camera work was definitely a little bit hard to put up with at first, and that sort of that especially in that club situation where it had the bright lights where they felt like the lights. I mean, it was a good way of putting you inside that situation where the lights were just. It felt like the lights were shining in your face, and the camera work was moving around so much that. But it did get a little bit, to the point where I'm like, oh, like, when's this gonna change? Can I put up with this for this long? And I have to say that when they smashed up that dude in the club, yeah, it was definitely full on how you kind of saw his nerves reacted, and like his body was reacting stuff where like he was most likely dead or whatever by that point. But it's just how like I guess when a lizard loses its tail and it's still moving because it's all nerve endings and stuff, but it's not actually attached to the body anymore. I'm sure AJ kind of knows what I'm on about, or anyone that may have seen Irreversible, as it's called. But yeah, now I've seen that, and a Serbian film. I don't know if there's a few other films that I know are quite full on. But, I might do just I might just do an easy film tonight. We might just go with just full on, gore and ridiculousness. Not like a story where, because that Alex character in Irreversible, I definitely felt for her because the stuff they start showing towards the end, and she'd come across as a very sweet and a very lovely person to have to go through all that shit. But I don't really blame the two dudes who ended up taking revenge. Oh, my sense of humour, hey? I probably asked you this last time, AJ, but have you seen Terrifier? Because that's definitely pretty sick in the head for comedy and gore and horror. Yeah, it's definitely our stream now. Well, technically, it's been our stream the whole time, but we just instead of having like Roger telling us, instead of having Roger telling us about his brother or whatever again, we can kind of get a bit of a word in. Yeah, what are you doing lurking? What are you doing lurking in the back there, Benj? You bloody one of the lurkers at the moment. Oh no, you say stuff like that, but at the end of the day, I think that you're a bit of a sweetheart. Where I don't know if your mind could handle some of the stuff that we're talking about. You're a lovely lad, and I wouldn't want to corrupt you with all the stuff that we're talking about. With Terrifier, I did enjoy the second one, but I felt that it did move into the supernatural stuff a little bit too much, where it started to become, I guess, like I mean, Nightmare Before Elm Street always had that demon or Freddy as the character that attacked people in their dreams. But, like Jason originally was just like a deformed person that survived, and now he's like, when you start killing, and even Michael, you start killing them so much that they become more than just a person. I did feel like with Terrifier that it's a little bit like, oh, they're doing what they do with most characters, but then I guess it's the way for a horror icon to live so much. I mean, Chucky as well. Chucky would put his, like himself into the doll, and then now he's just been around so much, and they've technically killed the doll so many times, and his consciousness just gets moved around. But I guess that's the only the point I'm making is that I guess the only way for a horror icon to stick around. Bloody hell, Benji, that's a little bit too much for even us. Beheadings? Well, we're talking about make-believe shit here. Settle down. Here we are talking about movies, and you come in with stuff like that. I'm shocked. But yeah, when ISIS and stuff was around, I remember coming across some of those. I feel like when it's more real life, it's a little bit, I don't know, lackluster in a way. And just my opinion with that is, I don't know, I guess we're just desanitized, or we watch all these films and stuff so much that you feel like it's going to be fireworks going off when stuff happens, and it's just a little bit like, oh, like someone died. Obviously, it's very bad, but I feel like, like the way Hollywood or just films pump us up with adrenaline. I guess you don't have the background music, you don't have like all the little crazy music and stuff like that going on. Like you don't build up to that situation. It's just, oh, whoops, this happened, and have no idea what these guys are speaking of. Album covers and shit. Gotta have a look at this album cover that they speak of. This looks like a bunch of people with bloody scarves on. It's like they're just trying to avoid COVID. Okay, now I kind of. Hey, Grandad. Ah, that would make sense of why I said that. Ah, yeah. In your rocking chair, hey? Rocking back and forth. Ah, it's bad, hey? It's bad. Let's see how bad it is. We're probably already getting this stream taken down from like N words and stuff we used. So yes, I mean, I'm guessing this is the one that you're speaking about, where there's like someone who looks like laying on a bed with a knife and so on. I'll show the Wish version. Looks like someone's bootleg shitty shitty drawing version. And now it's just becoming to these guys are talking about how sick album covers are. Well, goats with guns. Goats with Guns. That sounds like a pretty cool band name, Goats with Guns. It's this Bloodduster's here. Finger looking good. Oh, Benj with dropping the knowledge on us. Sounds like a lovely bunch. So what other films? So what other films have you seen, Benji? You seem to enjoy very different music with very colourful album covers. Can you drop some films on us? A lovely bunch of coconuts, definitely. Gotta like a good coconut. Cannibal Holocaust. I've got to see what films I have lined up. Like I don't watch just crazy arts, you know. Expendables. Mm. Has anyone seen VHS 85? I have been wanting to watch that, but they have some older ones that I haven't watched, so I don't know. You probably don't need to watch the old ones to see the new one. You know, sometimes I just get this, like you want to watch the old school ones before you watch the, I don't know if it's a remake or just continuation of that story. I did watch Clown recently. I've always wanted to watch it, and at first when I was watching it, I kind of was getting to the point where I wanted to turn it off because it just seemed very corny and like just cringy and stuff, which can be good, but I just felt like, oh, this is a little bit ridiculous the first like 10 minutes. But then I'm kind of glad that I stuck with it because I quite enjoyed it. But the CGI was a little bit crap, which kind of like ruined it. Well, not ruined the whole movie, but just, yeah, when a creature is CGI or just when CGI is a little bit average, it just takes me out of the film a fair bit because it's just like this digital monster running around. It's like if I'm playing a video game, you kind of expect that, but when you watch a film, it's like you probably would have done a better job if you'd used like like just if you had someone just with heavy makeup and stuff on, probably would have come across more realistic. The film I might watch, but then by the time I end, sometimes I say all this and I get off a live stream and I've been staring at a screen for so long, you just kind of just want to rest a bit from bloody looking at a monitor. Yeah, I might want to get into A Nightmare on Elm Street, so might watch the original of that if I do watch a film. Petsio? The hell was that? Here's me saying that I enjoy the genre, and then all of a sudden you come out with some shit like that. I'm like, what the hell is that? Yeah, I give my because my mum likes horror films. I did buy Shudder, so and I gave like she has the password for it, so she can watch it because she likes a lot of different horror that like I don't know. Sometimes when I've had her suggestion, it's like, oh, this is good, watch it, and it's just like very bad. But everyone has different tastes, I guess. But yeah, there's not that much on Shudder that I've come across. I think I originally got it because they had, I don't know if it was Terrifier or it might have even been when I went through the stage I wanted to watch a lot of the Halloween films. I might have got Shudder so I could watch, I don't know if it was like the third Halloween or I reckon I might have got, so I know I had Paramount for a little bit because I wanted to watch some of the Scream movies. So I subbed up to that or whatever just so I could watch. Because it's kind of annoying. You have Amazon, which is I find Amazon's quite a good price, like $70 a year or whatever for the. I use Amazon, the delivery service, kind of like their eBay equivalent, quite a lot. But then they screw you around by making you've got Amazon, then they've got access to Prime and Lionsgate and Shudder and stuff, so you have to sub to them to watch some of the films. Yeah, the only ones at the moment I'm paying for is Shudder, which I, funny enough, don't really watch. But as I said, I did get that as well, so my mum can watch some shit that she might enjoy. Yeah, she likes horror for sure, but Shudder seems like there's quite a lot of low. But then when my mum will be like watch like 5-10 minutes of some shit and get bored of it, and then she will wonder why there's all these films that are in your continued list of just like all these ones like, oh, I can't remember watching this. Yeah, you watched 5 minutes of it and you got bored, so you turned it off. Yeah, that's my problem. That's why I went off for horror for so long. Like I got back into it last year quite heavily because I wanted to watch the Halloween Ends film. So I went for and smashed out all of them, and I watched like Barbarian, Smile, Prey, and just it just put me back onto enjoying the genre and getting back into it. But yeah, that's my biggest issue. That there's a lot of hit and miss. So you kind of watch it, and if you just watch it for a bit and you just get bored of it, you kind of feel like you need to watch the rest of the film just so you can fully decide if it's shit or not. But when stuff is starts getting a little bit average, that's why with Clown, I was feeling like it was a little bit crap, but I'm kind of glad that I stuck with it because I've wanted to watch the film for a while. But I'm also glad that I stuck with it because the story did start improving. And yeah, as you said, sometimes you might like miss a few good films because sometimes good films are just surrounded by absolute trash. So you and yeah, that's just. But yeah, I mean, I was on horror pages on Facebook for a bit, and but again with that, some people, it's like I don't know if you guys have seen Hereditary. I mean, it wasn't a terrible film, but I think I got banned off a horror page because I kept like laughing when people would say Hereditary is one of the best films they've seen. It was like it started off okay and it was all right, but then towards the end, where like the main boy became like the Lizard Queen, and what I mean by that is like the main like it's just a lot of films start where it's kind of creepy and the demonic presence and stuff is quite like I guess some films that leave a lot to your imagination. Like you're watching it and there's stuff happening, but like it's not as visual, and that's what I like The Conjuring, but after a while, some of the spin-offs of Conjuring and stuff, it became too visual. Where a lot of the stuff that's going on, it's like I want to imagine a little bit more of how the possession or the demonic presence is happening, and then spoils if you haven't seen Hereditary and you don't know. But yeah, then all of a sudden, like in Hereditary, the dude was like the king of the demons or whatever the hell he was, and I'm just like, what the hell? He went from like a sniveling little bitch to all of a sudden, like he was the king of the demons. He was oh no, AJ likes Hereditary. But yeah, just because I actually started laughing when I watched Hereditary, that brown dude, the younger, the male character, like when he was scared and he started like, oh, there's too much happening. I'm overwhelmed. I'm scared. Like I just started laughing because I'm like, man, this is just like someone just needs to bitch slap this dude to calm the fuck down. Is like, as I said, and it was probably a good hour and 20 minutes maybe into it. I didn't mind, but it was just when it started getting towards the end, the dude sniveling and snotting everywhere and sneezing and snot and just crying. That just very much like turned around the film for me. Unfortunately, it just went from decent to like, what the hell is this bloke? What's happening to this bloke? But yeah, again, if people like it, then that's fair. But yeah, yeah. See, that might be my problem. Yeah, sometimes you watch some shit and yeah, you need to watch it again just to like, I guess, fully appreciate it. But yeah, when that guy started getting upset and getting scared, yeah, I'm like shit. I've seen a mouse more scared when I've seen like a cat playing with a mouse or whatever. Like you call that acting? Yeah, I guess my mum's a little bit similar. Like I very much, I very much like my gore and stuff like that. And yeah, just I don't know. I was gonna say it's like a female thing, but that's probably like a little bit sexist or just a little bit, one-sided to say that all females would be the same. But I definitely have come across, a lot of females that say they like horror, and then you watch really gory stuff, and it's like a little bit too much for them. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is a dude thing, how like when you're a kid and you just like playing with your action figures or whatever, and you just imagine just like all this shit happening, and it's more in your head. And then when you see it on the screen, it's like, your eyes light up, and you're like, this is it. This is the stuff right here. Yeah, Terrifier was definitely like that for me because I haven't seen anything quite as crazy or gory like that in a while, but also just the way how he would just like react in a very positive way, like smiling and like enjoying all the really crazy shit he was getting up to. Whoa, what are you still referring to? Making you watch Star Trek? Is that what you mean? Yeah, and then I guess that's as I said, that's probably why because I definitely know females like that stuff because I'm on a Terrifier page, I've been on horror pages, and there's definitely females that like that sort of shit, especially on the Terrifier page. People that eat Art the Clown. They go to those Comic Cons and stuff, meet Art the Clown, and they just love it. They love having photos and meeting him and stuff like that. So there's definitely those out there. I guess just AJ's unfortunately or fortunately been the one to meet those kind of people. When there's probably a female sitting there saying, "Oh, bring on the gore and bring on the bloodshed," and you're just like, "Oh, wow, might be a fairly fun experience, I guess." Bone Tomahawk. Like I feel like I know horror films until I come onto these chats and hear all this crazy shenanigans. Asian girlfriends, hey? Asians, Asians, I say know how it goes. You have to introduce me to some of these Asian people that you know the AJ. But yeah, Asians definitely are a little bit, and that's not even a bad thing. But yeah, their version. We discussed that kind of last time, and I guess that comes down to religion and just the way different cultures see the world as more Western. Yeah, it's 2015. It's a drama Western. Oh, I do love me some Patrick Wilson. Patrick Wilson's like plays Ed. I mean, some of you people may know Ed Warren in Conjuring. He's in Insidious as well. He's been in a few. He is one of those people that become like a little bit of a typecast. But yeah, I do like him. He was in Watchmen as well. He was Hawkman, I believe, in Watchmen. I reckon Watchmen is a pretty good film where it's basically like, I guess, a superhero film, if you want to call it that. But if you haven't seen Watchmen, that's pretty good. I like Rorschach in the film. Like it's a comic book film, but it's quite dark and quite. I don't know if it's R-rated, but if it's not R-rated, it is quite brutal compared to a lot of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, see, I wouldn't mind watching A Nightmare on Elm Street tonight, but I have a feeling that after I end the live stream that I probably won't. I mean, how long does Nightmare go for? Some of these old films are a lot shorter than the films these days. You know, sometimes you don't want to commit to like a 2 hour movie or whatever. It's like looks like an hour and a half. Sometimes I get to like half an hour and then I'm just like I can continue to watch it, but I won't be concentrating as much as I would like. How it gets sometimes, especially the fact that I've done this live stream, which is like what coming up to 5 hours. I did a couple of hours with Frost and Fist, and so I've just been scaring at the bloody. I'll speak for a little bit more, but it's more yeah because I love speaking to you guys in the chat, especially when it kind of gets to this. I definitely looked forward to, and I mean, I love having all the other people on chatting, but yeah, I definitely enjoy just speaking to Cody, AJ, and stuff. Like, kind of like round about this time last week, we all sort of got into this similar conversation, which was really good. Yeah, because in Conjuring and Insidious, he is quite a similar character, isn't he? I think his name's Josh in Insidious, and he obviously has the astral traveling gifts and stuff. Have you seen the new Insidious, AJ, and whoever else might be watching? Was it the Red Room, the Red Door, the Red, the Red whatever? What did you like? What did you think of that film, the new Insidious? If you've seen it, yeah, yeah, and he even did. He obviously likes that actor because he did. James Wan did the Aquaman, and he was in Aquaman in the new Aquaman as well. That Patrick Wilson fella. That's the Red Door Insidious, and yeah, James Wan done basically the Saw franchise as well. Yeah, my opinion, I guess, on the Red Door was I liked how they revisited the characters, but yeah, it was a little bit weak, and I think the first couple of films, is just again, and it wasn't necessarily a terrible film. Sometimes when they continue a franchise, it's just like you just wish that it didn't. But yeah, just it was definitely weak, but I just liked how they revisited the characters. But yeah, it was because I did what I do to a lot of films. If they have a new film and I haven't watched the old films in a few years, I went through and started at the first film and went through them all and got to the new movie. And yeah, by the time I got to the new movie, it was a little bit I felt like as well, as I said, they revisited kind of like a lot of the main characters, which was cool, but I just felt like, just there wasn't much more to say really. Yeah. Definitely a good franchise in the way of horror. Because I feel the same with Conjuring. I really liked the first one. The second Conjuring was not too bad, and by the time I got to the third Conjuring, I just yeah, again, just the story was a lot weaker and just the stuff that was happening. Again, I liked the actors and actresses and just overall Conjuring was quite good, but yeah, that third one was quite weak in comparison to the other ones, and I'm not the biggest fan of a lot of the spin-offs. I watched a couple of the Annabelles and stuff like that, and just yeah, to me, it kind of seems like they're milking the franchise too much. I might watch The Nun and The Nun 2, but just yeah, they they're a little bit too much of what kind of got me out of horror for a while. They're just very similar, it's almost like the same copy and paste, the same sort of story, like there's a demonic presence and just copy paste different actors. Like I liked The Conjuring and stuff because I liked a lot of the main actors. But then when it comes to, like some of those spin-offs, they're different people involved and just yeah, just yeah, when I watched The Nun, I was I don't know, I think like I was with someone and like it was kind of like, you can either sit there and chill and watch a film and kind of, have a little bit of conversation and shit in between, but it was very like not focused on the film. But I remember kind of, I mean, imagine watching a film with me as well, how I just like take the piss and stuff like that. If I'm by myself, I guess I don't really necessarily have someone to like talk shit to, unless I just talk shit to myself. But, if there's someone else, I might make like a smart ass remark. So I'm probably like, but then if I'm in like a watch it in a cinema, obviously just you can't. Sometimes I might lean across and say a smart ass comment. But yeah, I never really thought that much of The Nun. But I might go back because they got that new one out. I might go back and watch the first one, and then watch the first one and then the new one. What do you feel about The Nun? Do you enjoy it or not? The thing is with The Nun as well, like it's very is I mean I do like monster films. You know how they had the big puppet monster, but I just feel like with stuff like The Nun, it's quite CGI driven, where the scares are coming from how it visually looks more so than psychologically and stuff like that. Which probably sounds a bit like a contradiction when I like monster films or a Freddy Krueger film. because obviously a lot of the scaring is quite visual, but I don't know, I feel like some films like The Nun as well take themselves a little bit too seriously. But again, it's a bit of a contradiction. If I like stuff like Conjuring or Exorcist, that's kind of is quite a serious tone. I guess as well when it comes to like demonic possession type films, I watched Exorcist at quite a young age, so there's I mean some people say Exorcist is overrated, but you've got quite a high bar that you've set already with like watching Exorcist that I feel like was done very well and quite a serious tone, and just the acting was good, and it's a fairly long film, but just that's what's good about it in a way, just building up to, you start off all happy and roses and rainbows and stuff, and then it builds up into what it becomes. So it's like got big shoes to fill when it comes to some, like demonic sort of films. Yeah, no, that's fair enough, man. I feel like as well, it might have been like when it was probably around about the time. So that's like what is it 6 years ago? Maybe around that point. Probably around the point where I started. I enjoyed The Conjuring, but it was probably around about the time I felt like a lot of films that were coming out were quite similar or too much the same, and I just started losing a little bit of interest in horror. So they got the new Nun out, so I might watch the original and then watch the new one, and kind of I'll have a bit of a I've refreshed myself. I've had a break. I can almost come back to it with fresh eyes and see what my opinion is now. And that happened a little bit with the Saw films. I have heard this new Saw film is meant to be quite good, and I don't know. They're saying that it's moved into a new direction, or just yeah. And I felt like that was Saw. Like the first film was very sort of psychological, and just the few little turns that happen in the Saw film, the original one, are good enough that it fucks with your head a bit, and there's not too much going on. Like it seems like I felt like Saw after a while. It became like a Disney film in a way, like a Disney theme park. That there's like too much going on, and they're just kind of trying to just come up with crazy ideas which seemed quite unrealistic of how you would kill someone or whatever. But again, I want to watch the new one, so I might go back and like start from the first and build up to this new one that's just recently came out. I feel like yeah. So you say you was dissatisfied with the menu. I quite enjoyed that, and I know when it comes to the menu, it was a little bit, some people either love it or hate it. There's almost no in between, really. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I quite liked that one personally. I mean, like a lot of films. I mean, the worst part was probably, I forget that bloody actor's name. He was in Skins, that English actor. He played Tony in Skins. I think he's called Nicholas Hoult, I think is his name. I think the worst part of the menu was his accent. His American accent was bloody terrible. That's probably what I was dissatisfied about, and probably what took me out of the film so much. Just like, just yeah, must have not paid him enough to have a decent accent. Yeah, but isn't that a little bit how chefs are sometimes? Like sometimes the food isn't even like, amazing, but they try and make it like so arty farty that it just becomes more than food. Bloody priest. Yeah, I just feel like Saw became like, like a theme park. You just go in and there's just too much visually going on, and just oh you got to get this key out of this rat's asshole to put it in the cat's mouth, and blink 4 times before you pass out. It just became just too much. But yeah, I mean the menu was quite good, but it was a little bit like Hunger Games or some shit but for like foodies, I guess. Yeah, you haven't seen it, but you still suggested me to. I can't actually say that I've seen them. It's lucky I got my phone because when you guys say stuff, I can like look it up. Hmm. I'm wondering why it's not coming up, but I put the instead of don't. Yeah. Who's this Stephen Lang guy? Because I've seen him around a bit. Seen this guy in a few like different bits and pieces these days. I must have missed what was the fascination with him or some shit. Ah, ah, okay. I have been streaming for like 5 hours straight, so give me a bit of a break because yeah, I've definitely heard that shit before. Avatar, what the Blue Smurf film? I haven't seen the second one. I was going to see the second one, but I don't know. It's almost like they took too long. So by the time the second one comes out, it's like, and even though I've said I'll go back and watch the Saw films and that stuff to build up to the new. Do you, yeah, the Meg is another one that I haven't seen, but I wanted to see the second one, but I haven't seen the first one. 111. The Meg would be technically a horror, right? Yeah, when it comes to movies, it's funny that both Meg films are fun. Yeah, so I don't know what it is with Jason Statham. I really loved him in Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, and I loved him in The Snatch and stuff like that. But just I don't know, it became to a point where they were just using him too much, and it just became like I didn't really want to see him in movies, even though I loved him in a few films, and it just became the point where it's like, oh, good, seeing him too much. Um, it's kind of like the reverse of Tom Hardy in a way. I think it's because Tom Hardy can actually act, where Jason Statham he kind of just plays himself a lot. Where Tom Hardy was in some old school films that I didn't mind, like Rock and Roller, but then Tom Hardy, like in quite a few films, he'll actually like he'll actually put on a voice and change the way he is. I mean, if anyone's seen The Dark Knight, oh, it's simply born in it. Oh, Crusoe's in the house still. Tom hardly. He's hardly Tom anymore, is he? What's The one where he plays the Craze brothers. Legend. That's quite a decent film. He plays both brothers because they were twins. I quite liked that film. Legend. Bit of an English gangster film. The Craze twins. The Cray twins. Yeah, Tom Hardy did an alright job at that one. Yeah, Legend. Tom Hardy is one of your favourite actors. Yeah, Legend was quite good, especially obviously they used a stunt double and then they just, you know how films are, they'll just do the head on part. But yeah, it was definitely funny when he fought himself. Technically, the twins fought each other. Who is or who are your favourite actors or actresses? And I know I'm quite partial to a bit of Sigourney Weaver, more so because I loved Aliens growing up. I guess that we're talking. He isn't the best actor, but just something about him, like old Arnold Schwarzenegger films, like Predator and Terminator and stuff. You can't really go past that. But yeah, favorite. Yeah, don't know about favorite. You've got me. Even though I threw out a couple of names, you gave me a bit of a blank there. Probably have to get back to you. I mean, my favourite's not Tom Hardy, but like I said, I do appreciate how a lot of films he will actually try, like he'll put on a different voice. Was it The Revenant that Tom Hardy was in? What was that one where he was with Leonardo DiCaprio? That was an awesome film. I, I like when actors actually try. They'll change their voices, and that's what acting is, really. Like I've been there and liked a couple of Will Smith films he was in, but bloody hell, like it's normally just Will Smith playing Will Smith. And even Dwayne Johnson. Like I liked Rock growing up as a wrestler, and just most films he's not even trying. Like he does a good job in the way of action, like in stunts and action, and just obviously he can say his lines or whatever, but he's just saying pretty much most of the time same voice, same look. Just down to when it comes to Will Smith, Dwayne Johnson or whatever. Oh, what are they doing in this film? I was fighting vampires. He's fighting. You just look at it as the person, not really like the character, if that makes sense. So, yeah, I don't know, the only one really that comes to mind, but then that's just more in one franchise, really. But Sigourney Weaver and the Alien franchise, I thought she did like a superb job of playing that character. Hmm. Definitely made the cogs turn on that one, Cody. So, okay, AJ said that is one of his favourite actors. What would you or your people in the chat, what would your favourite actors or actresses be? It gives me a chance to try to work out what mine is. I mean, I wouldn't say he's the best actor, but and a lot of times he probably plays characters that are quite similar to each other, but I quite like Simon Pegg, who was in Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz and stuff. Like his characters are only tweaked a little bit, where sometimes he might put on a really serious voice. But I don't know, like they're definitely films that I could watch over and over again. Um, yeah, because I feel like a lot of the big name actors they play the same character too much, and I wouldn't say someone like Johnny Depp is a favorite actor, but again, I guess I appreciate how he changes up quite a lot when he acts. But, I did enjoy like Edward Scissorhands and stuff like that when I was younger. Um, yeah, I'm just like scrolling some names here. Jim Carrey definitely is someone that's. I mean, The Mask and the Ace Ventura and stuff were quite. Obviously, the characters were quite similar, but I feel like he does put a bit of effort in. Again, that might be, when we're talking favorite actors, we might think more serious stuff. But to me, my mind's starting to lead into like more comedic actors. Because I guess even like Robin Williams done an amazing job at voice acting and different characters. Like you have the Patch Adams or what was that 48-hour photos or whatever that serious one he done. But then you can but then he can do like obviously the very silly, the very comedic stuff as well. I guess this as well, like a lot of times when it comes to comedians and stuff, I guess because of the type of craft they do, where they kind of tell jokes and sometimes become those characters. They change their voices, they change their demeanor and the way their body language is possibly why sometimes they can be better than like the more serious drama driven actors. Because like yeah, just a lot of those drama sort of characters are more serious actors, I should say, and just they might have the dialogue down and they can like put emotion behind what they're saying, but then sometimes they seem to not really become the character of such. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's more like the Robin Williams and Jim Carrey type actors. Yeah, what's that? Uh, can't bloody remember his name. Gary Oldman. He's been in some good stuff. I mean, Brandon Fraser in The Whale was definitely quite decent. Like, I don't know the amount of energy and emotion he put behind some of those scenes. I thought were quite moving. But I mean, he's been in films that I've enjoyed, like The Mummy, and he's been in George of the Jungle or whatever the hell it was and stuff like that. But like I'd say that he definitely stepped it up a notch in my books when he did the Whale film. Like yeah, just when someone's like just has that emotional impact on you and you just start getting moved, as in it starts making your skin crawl a little bit. Like the delivery and stuff was done really well. It's like you almost forget that it's acting for a little bit, and I feel like he definitely done a good job. I mean, Heath Ledger is. I mean, obviously you probably didn't notice this, but yeah, Heath Ledger. I mean, it is a little bit of a go-to sometimes. Sometimes I feel like people would just say stuff because it's like almost the thing that people say. But yeah, Heath Ledger as Joker was very well done. Where that wasn't Heath Ledger. Like you watch other films that he's done, and he's very much more how he is in real life. But when he did the Joker, I mean Christian Bale as well as Batman. I mean, we do like that. There was definitely that taking the piss out of him stage because, oh, where are they? And just that stuff. But yeah, I feel like he did a very good job. And what's that? Robert Pattinson is his name. Is that his name? He did the new Batman. I even feel like, and I guess I was kind of went through that stage. I'm like, oh, the dude from Twilight. But I feel like he did a very good job with Batman as well. Will Smith and Tom Hanks. What the fuck? Yeah, Adam Sandler. I mean, because so much of Adam Sandler's stuff, they were great films and he did a great job. But I feel like a lot of those characters are quite similar. But then I guess he has done quite serious stuff, which has been quite good. Anthony Hopkins is definitely decent. Yeah, Anthony Hopkins definitely was, and Jack Nicholson. They were both kind of on my mind when I was flicking through different actors that I thought might deserve spots because they have been in a few different films. They've been in some films where they're quite similar, but then they've been in films where they come across quite different. Yeah, and, you got to love Simon Pegg and Nick Frost. They do some awesome characters. I really like the Cornetto trilogy as well. Yeah, Tim Curry's a good one. He's him as Pennywise. I always loved him as Pennywise. The Skarsgård done a really good job with Pennywise though. I've seen he was in Barbarian, right? And that was when he was obviously playing a more dialed back character, not as crazy. But he's been in a few films I've quite enjoyed. But yeah, Pennywise, a little bit into clowns and shit like that, I guess. And you definitely had a few good names there. There was definitely a few that crossed my mind when I was trying to. I mean, The Shining and obviously Hannibal Lecter and stuff are pretty damn classic. I mean, an actor I would say that I like is Robert Englund who plays Freddy, but then as well, that's kind of like one role. So after you kind of get used to a character, you kind of can ace it, or you can just tap into that character. So there's not that many other films that I've seen him in that blew me away. I mean, Mark Hamill as Luke Skywalker was quite good, but then just I don't know, I don't hate him in the new stuff, but yeah, just it was more the way they changed that character. He just become like an angry old man, get off my lawn after a while. But I do like him from the A New Hope to Return of the Jedi. You see, I guess the acting ability going from like that little, oh, I'm a farm boy and I'm got a bright future to all of a sudden like the very quiet Jedi who was quite serious. Who was that? Who was that? Okay. Okay. Yeah, the one that came to my mind was it bloody zombie strippers or whatever? Was he in that one? I don't know. He was in a couple of very, like comedy horror type movies that were okay, but not a type of film. And he didn't really, try that much. They kind of attached his name to stuff because I guess it would get people to buy the tickets or watch the film. For some reason, that just reminded me. I don't even know what did. I was scrolling down and it was just Warwick Davis. I quite like. He played Willow. He played Wicket, the Ewok, the Leprechaun, and he's been in other stuff. I'm not a huge Harry Potter fan. I believe he was in that and different stuff like that. Growing up, I quite liked him. He was obviously in Star Wars, but they also had a couple of Ewok films that he was in. And yeah, I quite liked Willow when I was a kid and stuff like that. I always found his acting to be quite good. Like he was quite believable in the roles that he played. Yeah. Oh man, Life's Too Short is excellent. That is ridiculous. It's very much like a Ricky Gervais series. You can tell it has this like Ricky Gervais, Stephen Merchant and stuff like that. But that is just ridiculous. I absolutely love that. I love like Liam Neeson in that, where he's trying to do comedy, but he comes across like way too serious and like when it's like, oh, I'm the doctor and like he's the patient, and he just comes in, he's like, I've got AIDS, you've got AIDS or whatever, and just the Johnny Depp stuff was ridiculous. It was just so good. Life Life's Too Short was just so great. Yeah, Ricky Gervais, Stephen Merchant, and they've got Carl Pilkington as well. He was in Derek, and just I don't know if he was in yeah, they've got the Carl Pilkington show as well, where he travels around and they get him to go to different countries and just yeah, like those shows and those guys behind them are brilliant. Yeah, see, like if Cody said comedians, I'd probably be able to say it easier because people like Dave Chappelle and Ricky Gervais and even good old Eddie Murphy back in the day. Like a couple of other actors, I don't mind. Eddie Murphy's not too bad, but like Bill Murray and Dan Aykroyd and stuff, they've been in some stuff that I really enjoyed as well. Um, and I guess that's why it's easy for me to say Jim Carrey and Robin Williams and stuff like that because I do love my horrors and my more serious stuff, but just I guess in a way, if someone can make you laugh, it's just as good as if someone can like, if a film can scare you, like if a film can move you that much that it scares you, or you have that emotional attachment where the situation gives you goosebumps, makes you feel like, a little bit whatever. It's like if someone can really make you laugh, like, a lot of stuff can make me like I can find the humor in it, but not much can like make me just like like a full on proper laugh. trying to think of what probably the last time that made me full on proper laugh stuff. Oh yeah. Oh, they're pretty good actresses, I guess. You know, good old Gemma. Gemma. What about Zach and Miri? Because I wouldn't say he's a very good actor, but I like Kevin Smith films. So he obviously writes, does the screenplays, he directs them. The Zach and Mary make a porno, and I love my Clerks, Mallrats, Jay and Silent Bob. There's some films. I loved my Cheech and Chong back in the day. Cheech and Chong had some crazy shit. Where he's getting pulled over and he's already parked and shit, and just when I ask him for the license registration and what's his name, and then Tom throws up and he's like, I think he said his name was Ralph. Yeah, some of those films are absolutely amazing. So yeah, even though that a lot of time I'm looking for horrors or whatever, definitely down for some good comedy as well. Yeah, Dogma. Dogma is really well done. It has, Ben Affleck, Matt Damon and shit in it. You wanna get high? Yeah, the old Jay Little rap song that he done. $15, little man, put that shit in my hand. Yeah, Zack and Miri. Zack and Miri, I like how it had some of the actors that are in a lot of Kevin Smith films, but because it had like Seth Rogen and some of his entourage, it was done like it was a little bit different. The thing with Kevin Smith as well, I like how Kevin Smith can put like romance into his films, but not make it seem like cheesy bullshit. Like how in Zack and Miri, how there's like actually like a romantic connection between them, but it's not like it's more realistic how it's wrote and even how the direction of the film goes. It's not like it's just it's kind of like how real life is, I guess, in a way. It's like, oh fuck, they like love each other or whatever. It's like just it seems a lot more natural how it comes together, and Kevin Smith does that in quite a lot of his stuff, like in Chasing Amy, how Ben Affleck's character ends up like falling in love with the lesbian. Like that's done quite well, I feel like as well. How like she rejects him for most of the film, and then like it ends up getting passionate to the point where shit happens. Yeah, well, that's it as well with yeah, Rosie Dawson, the character in Clerks 2. Like how and he didn't kind of realize that he was in love with her until he saw her like dancing around or whatever to wasn't it Jackson 5 on the roof? But yeah, you can never go you should never go ass to mouth. You should never go ass to mouth. And then when Randall was out of the room, it's like, oh yeah, it's okay sometimes. And then he's like pops back in, he's like, yeah, I told you. Yeah, I feel like a lot of those films are just very well balanced when it comes to Kevin Smith films. Like it has the story, it has the comedy, and so many awesome jokes. And then it has obviously like the romance or the real shit involved. Yeah, when Interspecies Erotica, fucko. France, I reckon I've seen that once when I'd had a few many bloody had one too many disco biscuits at a club. Well, maybe it might be worth watching if it's got Ahsoka naked in it. Yeah, that was like, was it? Ah, it's not Layer Cake. What's that film with Hugh Jackman when he's like a hacker in it, and it has Halle Berry in it? Oh, it's in Trance. It's got that dude from bloody Irreversible in it. Yeah, it's funny now. I've seen that film. I'm like, oh, I recognise him. Now I recognise him from other shit now. He's called Vincent Cassel. I'm sure I'm not going to remember his name really anytime soon, though. Yeah, James. I reckon Cody mentioned it before. Oh, yeah, that was when he said trance. James McAvoy's quite good. What about what's that film that he was in? That he was it Susan or some shit he was in? Like it, the movie Split. You know, where he had all those different personalities. That was that was quite enjoyable. That one. Yeah, you gotta love like films that make your mind like go a little bit crazy for a bit there. Mm. Bloody Narnia. Oh, we're almost up there. Might see if I can push through to the 6 hour mark. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to do this without the lads in the chat always helping me, always helping me push over the hour mark or hours. It's been like this the last couple of weekends when you guys are just saying shit, and I'm just like looking on the phone for if I know what the hell's going on or not. Yeah, even Rosie, what's her name? Rosario Dawson. Even like she's been in some pretty cool shit. I guess a lot of times she's not playing a role that's too different. But I mean, even in Ahsoka, she done a good job with Ahsoka. I found. Daredevil. That was a pretty damn good series. What did I believe? What did you guys think of like the third Clerks? Did you enjoy that? Because yeah, that was a little bit different. It definitely made me a little bit emotional when it came to obviously the storyline. It made me it made me question my life and stuff and choices quite a lot because obviously it's kind of like it was I guess death was like a fair big part of that, and that was because Kevin Smith he wrote that, and the film came out obviously quite some time later than what happened in his real life, but it was kind of based on how he almost died and had that heart attack. And is it Dante, the bloody like the main character? He obviously that's kind of like based on Kevin Smith a little bit because he was the clerk working in the quickie stock place. but yeah, how kind of both characters had conflicts in that film, and both characters, yeah, like had a little bit of medical stuff happening, and just to me, it kind of made me question my life. Like sometimes like medical shit happens before you even, like we all have this idea of how our life's going to begin, end, or whatever, or what we want to do in our lives, and obviously, if medical shit happens, sometimes like that can be shortened quite quickly, or you can find yourself in a shit spot. So it definitely made me question that side, and then because they're characters that like I'd say Mallrats was probably the first Kevin Smith film I saw, and you're introduced to a lot of those characters in it. I think Randall and Dante are only in Mallrats. I believe they're lining up to get their shit signed by Stan Lee. I think that might have been their role in that, and obviously they have Jay and Silent Bob. They have um, is it Jason Lee's character, Brody and stuff in that. Clerks 3 was good. I like those characters in it. Was very meta. Yeah, like I know it's quite kind of like a parody film. I wasn't the biggest fan of Jay and Silent Bob reboot. Like it was still decent, and I mean a mediocre Kevin Smith film is still enjoyable. And I know what he was trying to do there, how he was like paying out and dissing reboots and kind of like obviously trying to reboot his own franchise or his own characters. And they definitely had some very good moments, and because if you know the characters, I feel like that film works a lot more because you see all these characters that have been in his universe, and they have these one-liners or their lines and stuff. I mean, like Dante says so much, like oh, I'm not even supposed to be here today. He said that in Dogma, where no, that Jay and Silent Bob actually, where they had the orangutan, and Jay's character, Jay is saying, "Oh, one day they're going to rebuild this world in their image," and and he's doing like kind of Planet of the Apes, and then like Dante is like you have monkeys operating on him, and they're opening up his brain, and his line is, "I'm not even supposed to be here today." Yeah, just like lines like that work so well when you kind of like know the reference, or you've seen that many films that you kind of like expect it in a way. You expect it, but it still makes you laugh. But yeah, it's not necessarily like a favorite actor, but a favorite franchise or whatever would definitely be like a universe is what they call it, isn't it? I believe is Kevin Smith's universe of his characters. But yeah, it's got some, and then I guess Adam Sandler has his own sort of friends and actors that are a lot of times in his different films, and again, I guess it's a little bit similar how they'll have like the Rob Schneider, like, oh, you can do it, like those sort of one-liners that work in a lot of different films. And when you watch enough of those films, you kind of expect it, or you're like waiting for it. You're like, when or how or what context are they going to use it in? Yeah. We've got about 12 minutes until bloody hell. It's like we've been chatting till like it'll probably be like 2:30 for some of you, right? It's like 1:47 here for me. See, that's what I mean by the time I go and get a drink, because when you talk this much on a live stream by yourself, I've been talking for the last hour or more by myself, you start feeling like a dog in heat, like your tongue's hanging out, and you just want to get a spray bottle and spray it in your face just to hydrate yourself. Yeah, then by the time I chill and no, it's only 12:47. That's because daylight savings is screwed with everything, right? Because normally you used to be half an hour ahead of me, didn't you? Now I'm like, what, an hour ahead of you? And what is this? I guess what is time anyway? We won't get too deep into that right now, but what's time? I mean, we're all experiencing the same shit right now. We're all here talking. We're all living this moment. What the hell is this? It's pretty crazy though. When I was hobby hangouting and chilling with some people, they was all like getting tired and getting ready to go to bed, and it's like 4 or 5 in the afternoon, late afternoon / evening here, and it was like 2 in the morning for them, and we're getting ready to go to sleep. 1:15. So I'm like ahead of everyone now. Oh, okay. Yeah, bloody time. Now I'm in the future. Now I'm in the future. Are you guys keen to see that new Exorcist film, or are you not that hyped for it? Because yeah, I was kind of interested, but then I didn't watch the whole of the trailer, but I saw little bits of it, and it just seems a little bit woke. Like it seems like which I'm not totally against, but like it seems like they've kind of went from what was, I guess, it seemed like quite a Caucasian situation, high def piss jugs. Talking about Trailer Park Boys, high def piss jugs. What is that? No, not for me. Is that what the new Exorcist? High def piss jugs. Which I don't know what you mean, but do you care to do you care to explain that a little bit more? I guess you're like saying just over the top, high definition CGI. Like they did a fine job with the original. I do feel like 2 and 3 of The Exorcist were a little bit weak and stuff. Again, I guess it's just films that they didn't really need to, do more. The first film was enough, but yeah, they didn't need all this crazy technology and stuff. It just seems like it's yeah. Look, I'll have a look at it, but I feel like I was more hyped for it than like before I started seeing more posters or more pictures, and like I saw like a few seconds of the trailer. And yeah, I guess I don't want to spoil too much if people are interested in it. But yeah, I guess it's a remake, or it's based on that first film, but it looks like they've like always had to piss around with shit, had to change stuff and not keep to the story, I guess, because they want to copy the film or copy the story, but they want to make it their own film. So like they feel like they've, not just copied and paste, so they've had to change it. And when I started seeing like the changes, I'm like, really? You probably could have just done this film and just called it something different, and not attached it to the Exorcist name, just to try and bloody sell your bullshit. Yeah, yeah, and I've spoke to a couple of people who have seen it, and one was a dude who's actually Mick on Wheels, who's been on here quite a lot. He said it was average, or he didn't enjoy it, and then like some female that I speak to, she was saying, she, but then she's not that big into horror. She went because her sister wanted to see it, and she wasn't that keen. She, I guess was kind of freaking out before she saw the film, and was saying like, yeah, she was, quite traumatized by it after. So I guess it depends on who you are. Some people might just freak out, and then I guess like a lot of us who've seen a lot of different horror and just like a spooky face and a little bit of shaking around and pea and ham soup isn't going to affect us too much. It might affect you not having soup that evening, but that was like I remember when I saw the. Well, I might have gone into the story a little bit before, but when I saw the original Exorcist, it was back when you had, like Blockbusters or whatever. So we went and got films. Our parents were going out for a few hours in the evening with their friends or whatever they were doing. So me and my older brother, we used to go and pick a couple of films to watch, and a lot of times our parents would allow us to get like, like that would have been like R-rated or whatever, so they'll let us get some crazy stuff, and then like, yeah, no soup for you, that's it. And let us get like, I can't even remember the film, the kids' film we got, and they were going out. They got us a couple of pizzas, so we had a pizza each, and it's that typical kid stuff. Oh, wait till we're home until you watch Exorcist. Like, because how kids are, and then like, yeah, say goodbye to them, watch the car going out the driveway and driving off, and then just back in the VHS days, yeah, take that one out, put The Exorcist in, sat there watching it. And it's funny, like I guess because we was probably so hyped up, we were probably like high in adrenaline. They're like, oh, when they came home, oh, you watched that film, didn't you? But I remember we watched it, and yeah, had some pretty crazy themes, but because I really liked horror anyway, I enjoyed it, and it did push some boundaries. There's a lot of dialogue, obviously, in those films. There's a lot of like a lot of conversation happening that you kind of need to listen or follow. But when my parents said, "Oh, what did you think of it?" It's like, it put me off my pizza, because I remember I looked at my brother, and when the pea and ham soup scene happened, I just like took the pizza and like slowly just pushed it forward and like looked at him like, got put off, got put off the pizza. So that was like, that was, I guess, the most distressing part. Who wants to be put off pizza, especially when you're a kid? It's like bloody pizza's life, still is life. To be honest, that's the reason I started Funkin' Hungry, because trying to get my appetite back from watching The Exorcist and being put off pizza. Spent my whole life trying to find my love for it again. That's what I should do. I should do like a Exorcist review and sit there and eat pea and ham soup while I'm discussing it. Like, eat the pea and ham soup and give a review of the new Exorcist. And yeah, I can put in like no soup for you references, no pizza for you. Oh, have you got back onto your pizza? Have you got your appetite for pizza since you had the Pizza Olympics that you had a few weeks back? Have you found a love for it again? I guess it's like me, when just, I don't know, for a while I was going for a stage where I'd get really bad indigestion, heartburn, sort of, like sometimes I'd lay there after pizza and I would just feel like shit. But it's funny, like never put like when you're going through the pain, you're like, oh, I feel like shit. Like, I won't get pizza again, and like the next weekend or whatever, have a few drinks and order pizza again. It's like, oh no, here we go again. But yeah, like, you try and talk yourself out of it. Like, oh man, I'm gonna. It's like when did really spicy food challenges, and like I'm laying there in bed, like not feeling the best. Stomach's a bit sore from all the spicy food. I'm like, oh, not again, and then like do it like that next week. Do something different. Frozen pizzas, you may as well bloody just got Domino's if you're eating frozen pizza. I mean, you probably jazzed it up a bit. Maybe add, some fresh cilantro, some fresh capsicum on it, coriander. But yeah, I don't know. It's like when you're a kid, with frozen pizza does the job, but just, yeah, a lot of times it's just got the texture of cardboard. But all right, boys and girls and boys, we've got it. Onion, ham, and cheese. I have to say, I do remember going to a friend's house, and he used to have just those pre-made pizza bases. You know, you can like get a pack of 4 or 6 or whatever. Just that with a bit of a pizza sauce and cheese and like some bacon or like some chunky bits of chicken that you fry off in the pan a bit, and then you put it on the pizza. They used to actually hit the spot really good for just a few ingredients. But all right, everyone, I reckon I'll head off now. I've got up to the 6 hours. My mouth is starting to, you know, it'll be like Jim Carrey and Me, Myself, and Irene soon if I don't head off. You know, where his mouth is just like all turning in itself. Oh, no worries at all, man. I appreciate you, and I appreciate everyone else, especially you and Cody, who always help me get. You know, it's always great to chat with you when everyone else starts heading off. But yeah, appreciate you. Cheers. Much love. And yeah, I'm going to head off now. We got to the 6 hour mark. Last time I did this, it was a few streams ago. I said I was going to get to the hour mark, and then I'd like left. I left a couple of minutes early or some shit. Which when I looked back on, I was just like, oh god. Anyway, I'm going to love you and leave you. I appreciate everyone, and thank you